What if Naruto didn't just get the Nine Tails sealed inside him, but the Reaper Death Seal went wrong and turned him into something that can literally erase existence itself? Hollow powers in Naruto are absolutely broken. We're talking about negating bloodline limits by consuming spiritual connections, making entire forests cease to exist just by walking through them, and accidentally dissolving the Nine Tails from the inside out. This isn't overpowered, this is reality warping on a cosmic scale. So we thought, what if we explored the horror of a kid who desperately wants to be human while becoming something that makes humanity itself unstable? This story follows Naruto's transformation from village outcast to existential threat, forcing him to choose between losing his humanity to save everyone or finding a way to bridge existence and void itself. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and ring that bell because this concept will blow your mind. Alright, let's dive into this masterpiece. If you're enjoying the stories here on YouTube, I share even more over on Patreon, including the kind of lemony content I can't post here. I upload every single day. The spicy tier unlocks the full library with hundreds of stories, plus daily uploads. And premium lets you send in your own lemon requests. So if you'd like to see the unfiltered side of my work and help keep the channel going, check out the Patreon. Link is in the description. The air above Konoha crackled with malevolent energy as the Nine Tails' roar shattered the night. Buildings crumbled under massive claws, and the acrid stench of death filled the streets as shinobi fell by the dozens. But high above the chaos, on the Hokage monument, something far more terrible was about to unfold. Minato Namikaze knelt beside his dying wife, infant Naruto's cries barely audible over the destruction below. The fourth Hokage's hands moved through seals older than the village itself, each gesture precise despite the trembling in his fingers. He had studied the Forbidden Scroll for months, preparing for this possibility, but nothing could have readied him for what he was about to summon. "Shiki Fujin," he whispered, and reality screamed. The temperature plummeted 20 degrees in an instant. Frost formed on the stone beneath his feet, spreading outward in crystalline patterns that hurt to look at directly. The very air seemed to recoil as something that had never belonged in the world of the living pressed against the barrier between dimensions. The Shinigami materialized slowly, as if reluctant to fully manifest. Its form was a paradox, simultaneously there and not there, visible yet impossible to focus on directly. Where its feet touched the ground, the stone began to age rapidly, decades passing in seconds until ancient cracks spiderwebbed across the monument. Kushina gasped, her fading vision catching glimpses of the entity. "Minato, what is that thing?" "Death," he replied simply, though even he couldn't suppress the shudder that ran through him. The literal embodiment of the ending of all things. The Shinigami's hollow sockets fixed on the family before it. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of winter wind through empty graves, of final breaths rattling in dying throats. "The price for this sealing will be more than your life, child of prophecy." Minato's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, to bind a force of nature such as this fox requires, equivalent exchange? Your soul alone is insufficient. The vessel must be prepared." "No," the word tore from Minato's throat. "Take whatever you want from me, but leave my son alone." The entity's laugh was the sound of coffin lids closing. "It is already done. The moment you summoned me, the child's fate was sealed. I have tasted his soul, and found it incomplete." Before Minato could protest further, the Shinigami reached out with one skeletal finger and touched baby Naruto's forehead. The child's crying stopped instantly, replaced by an unnatural silence that seemed to absorb sound itself. Where the death god's finger made contact, Naruto's skin grew pale, almost translucent, and for just a moment, Minato could swear he saw something being pulled from his son, a wispy, golden thread that dissolved between the entity's fingers. "The hole is made, now, let us finish what you have started." The sealing proceeded as planned. The Nine Tails shrieked as it was compressed and bound, forced into the infant's body through the ritual's power. But there was something wrong with the process, something that made even the ancient death god pause in what might have been surprise. Interesting. The child's soul, it hungers. The fox will not rest easy in such a vessel. Minato collapsed as his soul was torn free, but his last sight was of his son. Naruto had stopped crying entirely. In fact, the baby lay perfectly still, blue eyes staring up at the stars with an expression far too knowing for an infant. And in those depths, just for a moment, Minato could swear he saw something looking back, something that was decidedly not his son. The Shinigami faded with the dawn, leaving behind only frost patterns and the lingering smell of grave earth. But its work was complete. The Nine Tails was sealed. Konoha was saved. and Naruto Uzumaki began his life with a hole where part of his soul should have been. AHNBOO Captain Yugaho Yuzuki had seen terrible things during her years of service. She had witnessed the aftermath of battles, stood guard over torture sessions, and killed men in their sleep. Nothing in her experience had prepared her for babysitting duty in the hospital's high-security wing. "Ma'am," whispered her subordinate, a young man whose hands hadn't stopped shaking since they'd begun their shift. "Permission to speak freely?" "Granted, Weasel." Even through her mask, Yugaho's voice carried a tremor she couldn't quite suppress. "There's something wrong with that baby." Yugaho looked through the reinforced glass at the infant sleeping peacefully in his crib. Naruto Uzumaki appeared perfectly normal, golden hair, whisker marks on his cheeks, the steady rise and fall of his tiny chest. By all accounts, he was just a sleeping child, so why did her instincts scream at her to run? "Elaborate," she ordered, though her own observations mirrored his concerns. It's like he's not really there, ma'am." "I mean, physically he is, but—" Weasel struggled for words. "You know how you can sense someone's presence even when you can't see them? Their chakra signature, their breathing, the small sounds they make." Yugaho nodded. "He doesn't have any of that. It's like looking at a void shaped like a baby." The captain had noticed the same thing. Every few minutes, she found herself counting the infants in the nursery because her brain kept insisting there were fewer children than she could see. Her eyes would slide right past Naruto's crib as if it were empty, only to snap back when she consciously forced herself to look. "The medical staff are avoiding his room," Weasel continued. "I've watched 3 different nurses start to enter, then suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere. The head nurse, Matsuri, tried to check his vitals earlier and got as far as the doorway before she vomited. Right there in the hallway. Stress reaction," Yugaho said, but even she didn't believe it. "Ma'am, with respect, I've been watching this corridor all night. Every single person who gets within 10 feet of that room has a physical reaction. Some get nauseous, others start sweating, a few have panic attacks. The cleaning lady refused to go in at all, said it felt like staring into a grave." Yugaho was about to respond when Naruto stirred in his sleep. Both AHNBOO operatives tensed, hands instinctively moving toward their weapons. The baby's eyes opened, bright blue and completely aware. For a moment, Naruto seemed to look directly at them through the one-way glass. His gaze was ancient, hungry, and utterly inhuman. Yugaho felt her knees buckle as vertigo washed over her, as if she were standing on the edge of an infinite abyss. Then the moment passed. Naruto closed his eyes and returned to normal infant sleep patterns. "Ma'am," Weasel whispered, "what the hell are we guarding?" Yugaho didn't have an answer. But as she watched frost begin to form on the inside of the nursery window despite the room's heating system, she made a mental note to request a transfer as soon as their shift ended. Some missions weren't worth the pay grade. 3 years passed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself aging faster than the years should account for. The Hokage's office had become a prison of paperwork and increasingly disturbing reports, all centered around one child. "Hokage-sama," said Ibiki Morino, setting down another manila folder on the already groaning desk. "The monthly report on the Uzumaki boy." Hiruzen didn't look up from the previous month's file. "Summarize it for me, Ibiki. I'm not sure my heart can take reading the details." The head of torture and interrogation, a man who could break the most hardened criminals, shifted uncomfortably. "Sir, I've documented 17 separate incidents this month. 3 sensor-type shinobi have requested transfers after attempting to monitor the boy's chakra signature. 2 civilian merchants have reported bad dreams after seeing him play in the market. And the Inuzuka clan has filed a formal complaint. Every dog in their compound howls when the boy passes within a quarter-mile radius. Their tracking dogs refuse to follow any trail he's touched, even days later." Hiruzen finally looked up, noting the dark circles under Ibiki's eyes. "Are you sleeping, Ibiki?" "Not well, sir. None of us who work on the Uzumaki case are. The reports—" He gestured helplessly at the growing stack of files. "Sir, I've interviewed enemy spies, rogue ninja, and missing nin from every major village. None of them have ever made me feel the way reading about that child does." The third Hokage stood and walked to his window, looking out over the village he'd sworn to protect. Somewhere out there, a 3-year-old boy was playing in the streets, completely unaware that he was the subject of classified reports and emergency council meetings. "Have you made any progress on the research I assigned you?" Ibiki nodded grimly. The old archives contained references to something called soul devourers, entities that existed before the Sage of 6 Paths established the modern chakra system. According to the texts, they were beings of pure spiritual hunger, capable of consuming the very essence of life itself. Mythology, Hiruzen said, but without conviction. Perhaps. But sir, Ibiki opened the folder and pulled out a photograph. This was taken during the boy's medical examination last week. The photo showed Naruto sitting on an examination table while a medical ninja attempted to take his blood pressure. The medic's face was twisted in obvious distress, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool room temperature. But it was the background that caught Hiruzen's attention, the medical equipment. Every piece of chakra-sensitive machinery in the room was displaying error codes or completely dead readings, as if Naruto's presence was interfering with their function on a fundamental level. The medical staff tried 6 different rooms, Ibiki continued. Same result every time. It's as if his chakra system is incompatible with standard medical jutsu. Dr. Hayashi described it as trying to heal a wound that actively resists being healed. Hiruzen set the photo down with hands that trembled slightly. And his behavior, socially, that's perhaps the most disturbing aspect, sir. The boy appears to be developing normally in most respects. He laughs, plays, shows curiosity about the world around him. But he has no friends. None. Children approach him initially, drawn by his energy and enthusiasm, but within minutes they find excuses to leave. Their parents report nightmares afterward, dreams about the empty boy who takes things away. The Hokage closed his eyes. Naruto's isolation wasn't just a product of the villagers' fear of the Nine Tails. It was something deeper, more primal. The child was becoming a pariah not because of what he contained, but because of what he was becoming. Sir, there's one more thing. Ibiki's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I interviewed the orphanage staff yesterday. They report that small animals, birds, cats, even insects won't enter the boy's room. The few that do, they're found dead within hours with no obvious cause of death. Hiruzen felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. What did the autopsies reveal? That's just it, sir. There was nothing wrong with them physically. Their organs were intact, their blood was clean, no signs of poison or trauma. It was as if, Ibiki swallowed hard, as if something essential had simply been removed from them. The third Hokage sank back into his chair, suddenly feeling every one of his 70+ years. Minato had saved the village by sealing the Nine Tails, but the cost was becoming clear. They hadn't just created a Jinchuriki, they had unleashed something that challenged the very nature of life itself. Double the surveillance, he ordered quietly. And Ibiki, start expanding your research. I want everything we have on soul manipulation, spiritual healing, and, he paused, hating himself for even considering it, and containment procedures for entities beyond our understanding. As Ibiki left, Hiruzen stared out at his village once more. Somewhere out there, a child was playing alone, growing stronger each day and more isolated each night. The question that kept the Hokage awake wasn't whether Naruto would eventually lose control. It was whether any of them would recognize when he did. The academy years brought new horrors disguised as mundane challenges. Naruto, please step forward for the chakra control exercise, Iruka-senshi called out, his voice carefully neutral despite the tension in his shoulders. 12-year-old Naruto bounded to the front of the classroom with his usual enthusiasm. Seemingly oblivious to the way, his classmates unconsciously leaned away from him. The exercise was simple enough. Channel chakra to your palm and maintain a small flame for 30 seconds. Naruto formed the necessary hand seals with practiced ease. His chakra control had improved over the years, though it always felt wrong somehow, like forcing oil through water or trying to ignite kindling that was perpetually damp. The flame appeared in his palm, blue and steady. For the first 10 seconds, everything seemed normal, then the other students began to fidget. Senshi, whispered Hinata Hyuga, her Byakugan active despite not being asked to demonstrate. Something's wrong with Naruto's chakra, Iruka frowned. The flame looked perfectly stable to his untrained senses. What do you see, Hinata? It's not giving off chakra, Senshi. It's taking it in. Her voice carried a note of panic. The flame is drawing chakra from everything around it, the walls, the floor, even from us. As if summoned by her words, several students began to sway in their seats. Shino Aburame's insects went silent inside his body, while Kiba's puppy Akamaru began whimpering and trying to hide under the desk. That's enough, Naruto, Iruka said quickly. You can extinguish the flame now, Naruto tried. The hand seals for cancellation came naturally, but the flame refused to die. If anything, it grew brighter and the wrong sensation in the room intensified. Students began clutching their desks, some looking genuinely ill. I can't stop it, Sench, Naruto said, his usual confidence cracking. It's not listening to me. Iruka moved swiftly, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders to help disrupt the jutsu. The moment their chakra systems came into contact, the instructor gasped and jerked back as if burned. Where his chakra had touched Naruto's, Iruka could swear he felt something being pulled away, something vital and irreplaceable. The flame finally died, leaving the classroom in an oppressive silence. Several students were openly crying, though none could explain why. Hinata's Byakugan had deactivated automatically, her Jujutsu apparently unable to process whatever it had been seeing. Class dismissed, Iruka announced shakily. Early lunch break. As the students filed out with unusual haste, Iruka noticed that none of them looked directly at Naruto. The boy remained at the front of the room, staring at his palm with an expression of growing realization. Naruto, Iruka said gently, how long have you been having trouble with chakra control exercises? Always, Naruto replied quietly, his voice lacking its usual energy. Every jutsu I try feels like it's fighting me, like my chakra wants to do something else entirely. Iruka made a note to speak with the Hokage immediately after classes ended. Whatever was happening to Naruto was accelerating, and the boy was starting to notice. The question was no longer whether the academy could contain the growing wrongness, it was whether they could help Naruto graduate before something terrible happened. As if reading his thoughts, Naruto looked up with eyes that seemed far too old for his 12-year-old face. Iruka Sench, he said softly, am I dangerous? The instructor opened his mouth to reassure his student, but the words died in his throat. Because for just a moment, looking into Naruto's eyes, Iruka could see the abyss looking back. And it was hungry. Graduation day arrived with all the ceremony the academy could muster, but Hiruzen Sarutobi watched from the observation deck with the weight of impending catastrophe on his shoulders. Below, Naruto sat with his classmates for the final examination, fidgeting with nervous energy that made the very air around him seem to ripple. He barely passed the written portion, reported Mizuki, though his usual disdain for Naruto was tempered by something approaching fear. His scores were adequate, but several of the test proctors reported irregularities. What kind of irregularities? The third Hokage asked, though he suspected he already knew. The paper itself, sir. Where Naruto gripped his pencil too tightly, the questions changed. Not obviously, just subtle alterations that made the answers he'd written technically correct despite being wrong for the original questions. Hiruzen felt a familiar chill. Reality itself was beginning to bend around the boy, responding to his unconscious will in ways that defied natural law. And the practical examination, Mizuki's face went pale. He's scheduled for the clone technique, sir. But based on our observations during practice sessions. Show me. They moved to the examination room where Naruto stood before three instructors, his hands forming the familiar seals for the basic clone jutsu. The technique was simple enough. Create 2 illusory copies of yourself using minimal chakra. Bunshin no jutsu, Naruto called out. What happened next would be discussed in hushed whispers among the academy staff for years to come. Instead of the expected illusory clones, 2 perfect copies of Naruto materialized beside him. They were solid, breathing, and completely identical down to the smallest detail. But something was fundamentally wrong with them. The clones moved with Naruto's mannerisms and spoke with his voice. But their eyes were empty, not vacant, but actually empty, as if someone had carved holes in reality and shaped them into the approximation of sight. When one of the clones smiled, frost formed on the windows. Excellent work, Naruto, said Instructor Doi, his voice carefully controlled despite the obvious terror in his posture. You may dispel the technique now. Naruto attempted to cancel the jutsu, but the clones remained. If anything, they seemed to become more solid, more real with each passing second. One of them turned to look directly at the observation window where Hiruzen stood, and the third Hokage felt his breath catch in his throat. The clone's gaze was ancient, patient, and utterly without humanity. It saw through the one-way glass as if it weren't there, cataloging everyone present with the cool assessment of a predator evaluating prey. I can't dismiss them, Naruto said, his voice carrying the first hints of real panic. They won't go away. The original Naruto reached out to touch one of his copies, and the moment their skin made contact, both clones collapsed into wisps of what looked like black smoke. But as the smoke dissipated, several people in the room staggered, suddenly looking exhausted despite having done nothing strenuous. Congratulations, Doi announced weakly, you pass. As Naruto received his headband and graduated to Genin status, Hiruzen made his decision. That night, he would begin the most dangerous research of his long life. The hidden archives beneath the Hokage monument contained scrolls that predated the village itself, texts that spoke of the time before the Sage of Six Paths brought order to the world. If those ancient warnings were true, then Naruto Uzumaki wasn't just a child with the nine tails sealed inside him. He was something that had slept in the depths of human souls since the dawn of civilization, now awakening in the body of a boy who only wanted to be acknowledged. And if the texts were accurate about what soul devourers were capable of at full power, then Hiruzen's greatest fear wasn't that Naruto would destroy Konoha. It was that he would consume it so thoroughly that no one would remember it had ever existed at all. As the graduation ceremony concluded and the new Genins celebrated with their families, Naruto stood alone in the academy courtyard, staring at his reflection in the memorial stone. For just a moment, his reflection seemed to move independently, its eyes black holes that reflected no light. Then he blinked, and everything returned to normal. But the frost on the memorial stone remained, spelling out words in a language that predated human civilization. The empty child awakens, and in the depths of his subconscious, something that wore Naruto's face but had never been human smiled with anticipation. The real story was just beginning. The Academy's graduation ceremony had ended 3 hours ago, but Kakashi Hatake remained seated in the empty classroom, staring at the team assignment scroll with growing unease. His visible eye traced the names again. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. On paper, it was a balanced team, the dead last, the rookie of the year, and the top Kunoichi. In reality, Kakashi was beginning to suspect he'd been assigned the most dangerous genin cell in Konoha's history. The Sharingan beneath his hit had been active during the graduation ceremony, allowing him to observe the new genin's chakra signatures with perfect clarity. Most had appeared exactly as expected, small, developing networks of blue-white energy flowing through their coils in predictable patterns. Naruto's chakra signature defied every law of nature Kakashi understood. Where other children showed the warm, chaotic swirl of adolescent chakra mixed with the Nine Tails' crimson energy, Naruto displayed something that made the copy ninja's enhanced eye water to look at directly. His chakra network appeared normal at first glance, but closer inspection revealed areas of absolute void, spaces where chakra should have flowed, but instead seemed to absorb light itself. And at his center, where his chakra core should have blazed with the Nine Tails' power, was a hole. Not an absence of chakra or a damaged coil. A literal hole in reality, perfectly round and infinitely deep, around which the rest of his energy orbited like planets around a black sun. The sight had been so fundamentally wrong that Kakashi had been forced to deactivate his Sharingan to prevent vertigo. Ma, he murmured to the empty room. What exactly did you get me into, Sench? The door slid open behind him, and Kakashi tensed as a familiar chakra signature approached. Even without turning, he could sense the third Hokage's exhaustion, not physical tiredness, but the bone-deep weariness of a man carrying impossible burdens. Kakashi, Hiruzen said quietly, settling into the seat beside his former AHNBOO captain. I assume you've had time to observe your new students. The Uchiha boy has potential, Kakashi replied carefully. His chakra control is exceptional for his age, and his taijutsu fundamentals are solid. The Haruno girl is intelligent. Her chakra control might actually surpass Sasuke's with proper training. And Naruto, Kakashi was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words with the precision of a man defusing an explosive tag. Hokage-sama, in your briefing, you mentioned that Naruto was different, that his development required special attention. I did. With respect, sir, different is not adequate preparation for what I observed today. Kakashi finally turned to face his leader, his visible eye serious despite his relaxed posture. That boy's chakra signature is an affront to nature itself. My Sharingan couldn't maintain focus on it for more than 30 seconds without causing physical pain. Hiruzen aged visibly, his shoulders sagging under an invisible weight. Tell me exactly what you saw. A void, sir, not the Nine Tails. I've encountered Jinchuriki before and their signatures are chaotic but recognizable. This was something else entirely. His chakra network has holes. Empty spaces that seem to exist specifically to consume energy rather than channel it. The third Hokage nodded grimly. And your assessment of his potential as a shinobi? Kakashi considered this carefully. Sir, I don't think the question is whether he can become a functional ninja. The question is whether we can teach him to be one without compromising his humanity in the process. Explain. Every jutsu he attempts will be fighting against his fundamental nature. His chakra doesn't want to create or maintain techniques, it wants to unmake them. Training him in conventional ninjutsu might accelerate whatever process is already occurring. Hiruzen stood slowly, moving to the window that overlooked Konoha's bustling streets. And yet, we must try the alternative. The alternative is allowing an untrained entity of unknown power to develop without guidance, Kakashi finished. I understand, sir. I'll do everything in my power to help him. There's more, Kakashi, things you need to know before you begin training them. The Hokage's voice carried the weight of classified horrors. Naruto isn't just different, he's becoming something that may not be entirely human anymore. The sealing of the Nine Tails created complications, side effects that we're still discovering. Kakashi felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. What kind of side effects? The kind that require us to keep detailed records of every person who comes into prolonged contact with him. The kind that make our medical staff physically ill when they attempt treatment. The kind that, Hiruzen paused, seemingly unwilling to voice his next words. The kind that make me wonder if Minato's sacrifice saved the village or doomed it. Dawn came too early for Kakashi's liking, but Team 7's first meeting couldn't be delayed forever. He arrived at training ground precisely 3 hours late, maintaining his reputation while giving himself time to prepare for whatever might happen. His 3 students waited with varying degrees of patience. Sasuke sat beneath a tree with his arms crossed, emanating cool disdain. Sakura paced nervously, muttering about tardiness and professionalism. And Naruto bounced on his heels with infectious energy, chattering about ramen and ninja techniques and his dreams of becoming Hokage. To any casual observer, he appeared to be a perfectly normal, if hyperactive, 12-year-old boy. Kakashi's Sharingan told a different story. The copy ninja had prepared himself this time, building up mental barriers and limiting his exposure to prevent the disorientation he'd experienced during graduation. Even so, looking at Naruto's chakra signature made him nauseous. The void at the boys' center seemed to pulse with each heartbeat, growing incrementally larger with every breath. "Yo," Kakashi called out with forced casualness. "Sorry I'm late, got lost on the road of life." "Liar," Naruto exploded, pointing an accusatory finger. "You were late on purpose, that's not very." The words died in Naruto's throat as his eyes met Kakashi's visible one. For just a moment, something ancient and patient looked back at the Jonin through familiar blue irises. Kakashi's breath caught as recognition flickered through his mind, not of Naruto, but of something he'd encountered once before in the deepest levels of AHNBOO missions, something that had made hardened killers wake up screaming. Then Naruto blinked, and the moment passed. The boy resumed his complaints about punctuality as if nothing had happened. But Kakashi noticed that both Sasuke and Sakura had unconsciously taken a step back during that brief exchange. "Right then," the Jonin said, his voice only slightly strained. "Let's start with introductions. Tell me your name, your likes, dislikes, and your dream for the future." The introductions proceeded normally enough. Sakura's crush on Sasuke, Sasuke's obsession with his brother, and Naruto's determination to become Hokage. Standard genin responses that revealed nothing about their true capabilities or the growing wrongness that seemed to follow Naruto like a shadow. "Excellent," Kakashi said once they'd finished. "Now, let's move on to your first test." He produced 2 bells from his pouch, the metal gleaming in the morning sunlight. "Your goal is to take these bells from me before noon. Anyone who fails doesn't get lunch and gets tied to one of those posts." "But Sench," Sakura pointed out, "there are only 2 bells. What happens to the third person?" Kakashi's smile was visible even through his mask. "The one who doesn't get a bell fails and gets sent back to the academy." The reaction was immediate. Sasuke's hands moved to his weapon pouch, Sakura tensed for action, and Naruto's chakra signature flared, and every bird within a 50-meter radius fell silent. The temperature in the training ground dropped several degrees, and Kakashi felt his Sharingan involuntarily activate as his body prepared for a threat it couldn't quite identify. "Begin," Kakashi announced quickly, hoping to redirect the growing tension into action. His students scattered according to their training, Sasuke and Sakura disappearing into the treeline while Naruto charged forward with typical directness. The Jonin easily avoided the boys' clumsy taijutsu attempts, but something about the encounter felt wrong. Naruto's attacks were inefficient and poorly coordinated, exactly what Kakashi expected from a dead-last genin. But each missed punch and failed kick seemed to leave lingering effects in the air, small distortions that made focusing difficult, as if reality itself was being damaged by the boys' movements. Too slow, Kakashi said, appearing behind Naruto to deliver a gentle kick that should have sent the boy sprawling. Instead, his foot passed through empty space as Naruto somehow shifted slightly to the left without moving his legs. The displacement was subtle, barely noticeable, but it defied basic physics in a way that made Kakashi's enhanced eye water. "Heh, missed me," Naruto called out, completely unaware that he'd just performed something that resembled the legendary Hurricane technique crossed with a space-time jutsu. Kakashi decided to test his growing suspicions. "Naruto, let's try something different. Show me your chakra control with a simple tree walking exercise." The boy's face lit up with enthusiasm. "Tree walking, that sounds awesome. How do I do it?" "Focus your chakra to your feet and maintain a steady flow. Too little and you won't stick, too much and you'll damage the bark." Naruto nodded eagerly, forming the concentration seal and channeling chakra to his feet. For the first few steps up the tree trunk, everything appeared normal. His chakra control was poor, typical for a new genin, but he managed to maintain basic adhesion. Then something went catastrophically wrong. Instead of the usual blue-white glow of chakra-enhanced adhesion, Naruto's feet began to emit a darkness that seemed to absorb light. Where his chakra made contact with the bark, the tree began to age rapidly. Decades passed in seconds as the wood darkened, cracked, and began to crumble. "Naruto, stop!" Kakashi called out, but it was too late. The boy's chakra had destabilized entirely, no longer following any recognizable pattern. Instead of flowing in controlled streams, it poured out of his coils like water through a broken dam, but backward, pulling energy from everything around him rather than expending his own. The tree shuddered and began to die from the point of contact outward. Leaves withered and fell, branches became brittle, and the very life force of the ancient oak seemed to drain away into the void where Naruto's chakra should have been. Kakashi moved with the speed that had earned him his reputation, appearing beside Naruto and physically pulling him away from the tree. The moment the contact broke, the draining effect stopped, but the damage was done. A perfect circle of death surrounded the point where Naruto had been practicing, and the tree itself would likely not survive the week. I don't understand," Naruto said quietly, staring at his hands. "I was doing it right, wasn't I? The chakra felt normal to me." Kakashi knelt beside his student, noting that both Sasuke and Sakura had emerged from hiding and were staring at the scene with obvious horror. "Naruto, can you tell me what your chakra feels like when you use it?" The boy considered this seriously. "It's warm, like a fire inside me, but it's also," he struggled for words. "It's like being really, really hungry, but not for food, like there's something missing inside me that I need to fill up." The description sent ice through Kakashi's veins. He'd read reports about entities that fed on spiritual energy, creatures from the time before the Sage of Six Paths established the modern chakra system. But those were myths, legends used to frighten academy students. Looking at the dead tree and the fear in his other students' eyes, Kakashi began to suspect that some legends were more accurate than anyone wanted to believe. "All right," he said, forcing his voice to remain calm. "Let's continue with the exercise, but this time we'll focus on teamwork instead of individual techniques." The rest of the bell test proceeded according to script. His students eventually learned to work together, demonstrated the bonds that would make them effective as a unit, and passed his evaluation. But throughout it all, Kakashi found himself watching Naruto with growing concern. The boy's enthusiasm never wavered, his determination remained absolute, and his loyalty to his teammates was genuine. But there was something else there too, something that watched from behind blue eyes and evaluated everyone around him with the patient hunger of an apex predator. As the test concluded and his new team celebrated their success, Kakashi made a mental note to request every classified file related to soul manipulation, spiritual entities, and presage mythology. He had the distinct feeling that training Team 7 would require knowledge that most Jonin instructors never needed to consider. And in the back of his mind, a terrible suspicion was beginning to form about what exactly the fourth Hokage had summoned on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, and what price his son was still paying for that desperate gambit. The mission assignment desk had never felt quite so oppressive, but Kakashi attributed that to his growing awareness of his team's unique challenges rather than any external factor. Team 7 stood before the third Hokage awaiting their first official assignment, and the Jonin instructor found himself hoping for something simple and safe. "Team 7, Hiruzen announced, consulting his mission scroll, "your first assignment is a D-rank mission to help Mrs. Takeshi locate her missing cat, Tora." Naruto groaned dramatically. "A cat? Come on, old man, give us something exciting." We want a real mission with fighting and adventure and— Naruto, Kakashi interrupted gently, noting how the boy's enthusiastic chakra flare was making the Chunin behind the mission desk fidget uncomfortably. D-rank missions are standard for new genin teams. What he didn't mention was his relief at receiving such a mundane assignment. After the tree-walking incident 3 days ago, Kakashi had been dreading the thought of taking his team anywhere near actual danger. The cat retrieval mission proved to be unexpectedly educational, though not in ways any of them had anticipated. There, Sakura pointed toward a small cluster of trees near the market district. I saw something orange moving in those branches. Team 7 approached cautiously, with Kakashi taking point to ensure they didn't accidentally traumatize some innocent civilian's pet. But as they drew closer to Tora's hiding spot, something unusual began to happen. Guys, Sasuke said quietly, is it just me, or are there way too many animals around here? Kakashi looked around and realized his student was right. The normal population of street cats, birds, and small creatures had seemingly doubled in the past few minutes. They sat in a rough circle around the trees where Tora was hiding, all facing inward, all perfectly still. They're not moving, Sakura observed with growing unease. At all, they look like they're frozen. Naruto stepped forward, and immediately every animal in the area turned to look at him. Their eyes were wide and unblinking, reflecting an intelligence that seemed far too aware for simple beasts. As one, they began to approach him with slow, deliberate movements. Senj, Naruto called out, his usual confidence wavering. This is weird, even for me. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and immediately wished he hadn't. The animals' chakra signatures were wrong, not corrupted or modified, but fundamentally altered. Their spiritual energy was flowing toward Naruto like iron filings drawn to a magnet, and with each passing second, they appeared to become more focused, more intelligent. Nobody move, Kakashi ordered quietly. Naruto, can you sense what's happening? The boy closed his eyes in concentration, and when he opened them again, his expression was troubled. They're not scared of me like usual. They feel hungry, but not for food they want. He struggled to find the words. They want what I have or what's missing from me. The circle of animals continued to tighten, their movements becoming increasingly coordinated. Tora, the target of their original mission, emerged from the trees and padded directly up to Naruto. The cat's usual hostile demeanor was gone, replaced by an eerie calm as it rubbed against the boy's legs. This is not normal cat behavior, Sasuke stated with considerable understatement. No, Kakashi agreed grimly. It's not. He'd read about this phenomenon in some of the more obscure mission reports, animals and even people being drawn to sources of spiritual emptiness, seeking to fill a void they couldn't understand. The reports had always been dismissed as stress reactions or psychological factors, but seeing it firsthand made it impossible to deny. Naruto was unconsciously calling out to every living thing in the area, his spiritual hunger creating a resonance that other creatures instinctively wanted to satisfy. And the most disturbing part was that he seemed completely unaware of doing it. Okay, new plan, Kakashi announced. Sakura grabbed Tora, we're returning to the mission desk immediately. As they retreated from the impromptu animal gathering, Kakashi noticed that the creatures didn't follow. Instead, they remained in their circle, staring at the spot where Naruto had been standing, as if waiting for him to return. The mission report he filed that evening was carefully sanitized, mentioning only that the cat had been recovered successfully. But his private report to the Hokage contained detailed observations about animal behavior, spiritual resonance, and his growing conviction that Naruto's condition was not only worsening, but beginning to affect the world around him in unprecedented ways. 3 weeks and 15 D-rank missions later, Kakashi found himself in the 3rd Hokage's office for an emergency consultation. The room was darker than usual, heavy curtains blocking most of the afternoon sunlight, and the air carried the oppressive weight of serious discussion. The pattern is consistent, Kakashi reported, spreading his mission logs across Hiruzen's desk. Every assignment involving Naruto results in anomalous behavior from local wildlife, unexplained equipment malfunctions, and civilian reports of uneasiness in the area. Hiruzen studied the documents with the careful attention of a man looking for solutions to an impossible problem. Any sign that he's aware of these effects? None. If anything, he seems genuinely confused when people react negatively to his presence. He attributes it to them knowing about the Nine Tails, not understanding that there's something else entirely causing their fear. The 3rd Hokage leaned back in his chair, looking every one of his advanced years. And his teammates? Adapting, surprisingly well. Sasuke is naturally resistant to most forms of spiritual manipulation due to his Uchiha heritage, and Sakura's analytical mind allows her to rationalize what she observes. But both of them are showing signs of stress. What kind of signs? Kakashi hesitated before answering. Nightmares. Both of them have reported dreams about emptiness, about falling into voids that have no bottom. Sakura has started researching spiritual healing techniques without being asked, and Sasuke has become obsessively focused on power development. As if they're unconsciously preparing for a threat they can't identify, Hiruzen mused. Exactly, sir. I think it's time to consider more advanced training options for Team 7. Standard D-rank missions aren't sufficient to prepare them for what they're going to face. The Hokage was quiet for a long moment, his weathered hands steepled before him. Kakashi, I'm going to share something with you that hasn't been included in any official report. 3 nights ago, our sensor division detected a massive spiritual disturbance originating from Naruto's apartment. What kind of disturbance? The kind that registered on equipment designed to detect tailed beast chakra flares, despite the 9 tails remaining completely dormant. Hiruzen's voice carried the weight of terrible implications. Whatever is happening to Naruto is accelerating. The entity within him is growing stronger, and we're running out of time to find a solution. Kakashi felt a chill that reached his bones. What are you suggesting, sir? I'm suggesting that Team 7's next mission needs to be outside the village, away from our civilian population where Naruto's condition can't affect innocent people. The 3rd Hokage pulled out a C-rank mission scroll and set it on the desk between them. A bridge builder named Tsunade has requested escort to the Land of Waves. It should be a simple protection mission, perfect for a Genin team's first experience outside the village. The Jonin instructor picked up the scroll and read through it quickly. The mission parameters seemed straightforward enough, but something about the timing felt wrong. Sir, with respect, sending a potentially dangerous entity outside the village's protective barriers seems like exactly the wrong approach. Under normal circumstances, I would agree. But these aren't normal circumstances. Hiruzen's expression was grim. Kakashi, our research has uncovered references to entities like what Naruto is becoming. According to the ancient texts, they require spiritual anchors, connections to humanity that prevent them from losing themselves entirely. His teammates, his bonds with the village, his dreams and aspirations. Everything that makes him human rather than just hungry. The 3rd Hokage stood and moved to his window, looking out over Konoha with the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. But those bonds need to be tested under pressure. They need to prove themselves strong enough to hold against the void that's growing inside him. Kakashi understood the implication immediately. You want to put Team 7 in actual danger. Force them to rely on each other under life-threatening circumstances. I want to give Naruto reasons to fight for his humanity instead of surrendering to whatever he's becoming. And if that fails, Hiruzen didn't finish the sentence, but Kakashi could hear the unspoken words. If that fails, at least the threat will be contained away from the village. When do we leave? Kakashi asked quietly. Tomorrow morning. I'll introduce you to Tsunade tonight. He's an interesting character, probably more capable than his mission request suggests. As Kakashi prepared to leave, the 3rd Hokage called out one final instruction. Take extra sealing supplies, medical equipment, and Kakashi. Yes, sir. Prepare yourself for the possibility that the Team 7 that returns from this mission may not be the same one that leaves. That evening, as Kakashi packed his gear for what he suspected would be far more than a simple escort mission, he found himself thinking about his sensh's sacrifice on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Minato had saved the village by sealing the demon fox, but the cost of that salvation was still being paid. The question that haunted Kakashi's thoughts wasn't whether they could help Naruto control his growing power. It was whether there would be anything left of the boy they knew once that power finished awakening. Outside his window, the night sky seemed darker than usual, as if even the stars were reluctant to shine too brightly over a village harboring something that had never been meant to exist in the world of the living. Tomorrow, they would leave for the Land of Waves, and Kakashi had the distinct feeling that whatever happened there would determine not just the fate of Team 7, but the future of everyone they'd sworn to protect. The real test was about to begin. The boat cut through the morning mist of the Land of Waves with unnatural silence, its wake barely disturbing the still waters. Tsunade sat hunched in the stern, occasionally glancing at his escorts with an expression that mixed gratitude with barely concealed unease. Kakashi had been watching their client carefully since they'd left Konoha's gates. The old bridge builder's mission request had seemed straightforward enough, escort protection, while he completed construction on a bridge that would free his country from Gato's economic stranglehold. But there were inconsistencies in Tazuna's story, gaps that suggested the mission was far more dangerous than advertised. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have been concerned about taking Genin into a potentially hostile situation. With Team 7, he was beginning to suspect that the real danger might not be to his students, but from them. "Sench," Sakura whispered, moving closer to where he stood at the boat's prow. "Something's wrong with the water." Kakashi followed her gaze and felt his blood run cold. She was right, the water around their boat was wrong. Where normal wake patterns should have shown churning white foam, the sea remained perfectly still, as if their passage wasn't disturbing it so much as being absorbed by it. "Naruto," he called quietly, "come here for a moment." The blonde Genin bounded over with his usual enthusiasm, but Kakashi noticed that both the boat operator and Tazuna unconsciously leaned away from him. "What's up, Sench? Are we there yet? This is so cool, I've never been outside the village before." "Look at the water behind us," Kakashi instructed. "Tell me what you see." Naruto peered over the side, his face scrunching in concentration. "It's weird, like the water doesn't want to move away from the boat. Is that normal?" Before Kakashi could answer, Sasuke spoke up from his position near the center of the vessel. "It's his chakra." The Uchiha's voice was quiet but certain. "I can see it with my Sharingan. Naruto's chakra is leaking into the water and changing it somehow." "Changing it how?" Sakura asked, though her medical training was already providing disturbing possibilities. "The water isn't water anymore," Sasuke replied grimly. "At least not entirely. It's like his chakra is converting it into something else, something that doesn't follow normal physical laws." Kakashi activated his own Sharingan and immediately regretted it. Sasuke was right. Naruto's spiritual energy was seeping into their surroundings at a rate that defied conventional understanding. The sea around them was becoming saturated with void-touched chakra, creating zones where reality itself seemed negotiable. "Tazuna," Kakashi said carefully, "you should know that this mission may involve complications you weren't told about." The bridge builder looked up sharply. "What kind of complications?" "The kind where standard mission parameters don't apply," the Jonin replied cryptically. He couldn't exactly explain that one of his students was unconsciously converting the local ecosystem into something that shouldn't exist. As if summoned by his concerns, the boat operator suddenly stiffened, his hands gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. "Someone's coming," he hissed. "Fast boats from the southeast. They're not showing proper navigation lights." Kakashi's enhanced senses confirmed the approach of multiple vessels, their engines running low and quiet in the configuration favored by those who preferred to avoid official attention. "How many? At least 3, maybe more, and they're moving to surround us." "Gato's men," Tazuna spat, his earlier unease replaced by grim determination. "I should have known he wouldn't let us reach the village without a fight." The first boat emerged from the mist like a predator materializing from shadows, its deck crowded with armed mercenaries. Crossbow bolts began whistling through the air before anyone could speak, forcing Team 7 to take cover behind the boat's minimal superstructure. "Standard bandit intercept," Kakashi assessed quickly. "Nothing my genin can't handle with proper coordination." He was wrong. The battle began conventionally enough. Sasuke launched Shuriken with precision targeting, Sakura provided tactical support, and Naruto charged forward with his usual directness. But within seconds, the engagement took a turn that defied every principle of normal combat. Naruto's first punch, aimed at a mercenary who had boarded their vessel, connected with devastating effect. Not because of the boy's physical strength, which was adequate but unremarkable for a genin, but because the impact carried something else entirely. The mercenary didn't just fall unconscious. He collapsed as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body in an instant, his eyes rolling back to show only whites as he began convulsing. Where Naruto's fist had made contact, the man's clothing had aged decades in seconds, the fabric crumbling to dust. "What the hell?" another attacker began, but his words died as Naruto turned toward him. Kakashi felt his breath catch as he saw his student's face. Naruto's right eye had gone completely black, not the pupil, but the entire eye, as if someone had carved a hole in his skull and filled it with void. And across the right side of his face, beginning at his temple and spreading downward, bone-white material was forming in the pattern of a fox's features. "Sench," Sasuke called out, his voice tight with controlled panic. "What's happening to Naruto?" Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto moved. But it wasn't movement in any conventional sense. One moment he was standing at the boat's center. The next, he was behind a group of mercenaries on the adjacent vessel, with no visible transition between positions. The attackers opened fire with kunai launchers and crossbows, but their projectiles passed through empty air. Naruto seemed to exist slightly outside normal space, his form flickering in and out of solidity as if reality couldn't decide whether he belonged there. "This is impossible," one of the mercenaries whispered, backing away from the blonde genin. "He's just a kid," Naruto smiled, and frost began forming on every metal surface within 10 meters of his position. "I'm hungry," he said, but his voice carried harmonics that human vocal cords couldn't produce, a dual-toned resonance that seemed to come from somewhere deep and empty. What happened next would haunt Kakashi's dreams for years to come. Naruto raised his hand, palm facing the largest of the attacking boats, and began to gather chakra. But instead of the familiar blue-white glow of normal technique preparation, darkness coalesced in his grasp, not the absence of light, but something that actively consumed illumination. "Naruto, stop!" Kakashi shouted, recognizing the signs of a technique spiraling beyond its user's control. The boy either didn't hear or couldn't respond. The darkness in his palm compressed, becoming denser and more wrong with each passing second. The air around it began to distort, creating ripples that hurt to look at directly. When Naruto finally released the technique, it wasn't the explosive blast Kakashi expected. Instead, a narrow beam of absolute nothingness lanced across the water, striking the enemy vessel dead center. The boat didn't explode. It didn't sink or catch fire or suffer any conventional form of destruction. It simply ceased to exist. Not just the physical structure, but everything about it, the wood, the metal, the men aboard it, even the concept of there having been a boat there at all. The sea rushed in to fill the space where the vessel had been, but even the water seemed confused, flowing in patterns that suggested it was trying to remember what had occupied that space. "Impossible," Tazuna breathed, his weathered face pale with shock. That's not a ninja technique." Kakashi's Sharingan was active, recording every detail of what he'd witnessed, but his enhanced perception only made the wrongness more apparent. The beam hadn't been composed of chakra in any recognizable form. It had been pure negation, the fundamental force of unbeing given physical expression. The remaining mercenaries were fleeing now, their boats racing back toward open water with engines straining at maximum power. But their escape was cut short as the water around them began to change, responding to Naruto's presence in ways that violated natural law. Where normal seawater should have supported their vessels, the corrupted ocean started to drag them down, not through weight or current, but through simple rejection of their existence. The boats sank slowly but inexorably, as if the sea itself had decided they no longer belonged in the world. "Naruto," Sakura's voice carried genuine terror. "You need to stop this." The boy blinked, the bone mask on his face flickering like a candle flame in wind. For a moment, his normal blue eyes returned, filled with confusion and growing horror at what he'd done. I didn't mean to," he whispered, staring at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. The mask faded entirely, returning his face to normal human features, but the damage was done. Several boats' worth of men had been erased from existence, and the water around them continued to behave in ways that suggested reality itself had been fundamentally altered. "What are you?" Tazuna asked quietly, his voice carrying the weight of a man confronting something beyond his understanding. Naruto looked at the bridge builder with eyes that seemed far too old for his 12-year-old face. "I don't know," he replied honestly, "but I'm starting to think I'm not supposed to exist." Kakashi moved quickly to his student's side, noting that the temperature around Naruto remained several degrees below normal despite the warming sun. "Are you hurt? Can you tell me what that technique was?" "It wasn't a technique," Naruto said slowly, his voice thoughtful despite the destruction surrounding them. It was like being really hungry and finally finding food, except the food was their boat and he struggled for words. "Their being there, Ness." The explanation sent chills through everyone present because it was delivered with the matter-of-fact tone of someone describing a perfectly natural phenomenon. As their boat resumed its journey toward Tazuna's village, Kakashi found himself reassessing everything he thought he knew about his student. The boy who chatted excitedly about ramen and ninja dreams had just casually erased multiple human beings from existence, then described the experience in terms of satisfying hunger. And most disturbing of all, Naruto seemed genuinely confused by everyone else's horror at what he'd done. The village of Tazuna's people appeared through the morning mist like something from a fever dream. The buildings were structurally sound, but somehow wrong, their angles slightly off in ways that made focusing on them difficult. The few villagers visible on the docks moved with the careful precision of people walking through a minefield. "Welcome to the land of waves," Tazuna said grimly as they disembarked. "Or what's left of it." Kakashi was immediately on edge, his senses detecting wrongness that went beyond simple economic oppression. The village felt hollow, not in the sense of being abandoned, but as if something vital had been systematically drained away. "Sench," Sasuke said quietly, "my Sharingan is picking up strange readings from the buildings. The chakra residue in this place is unusual. Define unusual. Old, really old, but not in a historical sense, more like it's been aged artificially. And there are gaps in the spiritual background, places where it feels like something used to be but isn't anymore." Sakura was examining the dock itself with a medic's eye for detail. "The wood here is wrong too. It's not rotting or weathered, it's like it's been partially dissolved on a molecular level." Kakashi filed these observations away while maintaining his outward composure. The corruption they were detecting matched patterns he'd started recognizing around Naruto, but magnified by orders of magnitude. "Tazuna," he said carefully, "how long has your village been experiencing difficulties?" With Gato, the bridge builder's expression was grim. "About 3 years now, ever since he arrived with his mercenaries and started taking control of our shipping routes." 3 years. The same time frame during which Naruto's condition had begun manifesting at the academy. Kakashi felt a chill of recognition, not because he thought there was a direct connection, but because the symptoms were so similar. "And these difficulties," Kakashi pressed, "do they involve anything beyond economic pressure? Disappearances, perhaps, unexplained phenomena?" Tazuna's silence was answer enough. They were led to the bridge construction site, where the massive structure stretched half-completed across the narrow strait. The engineering was impressive, but Kakashi's enhanced senses detected the same wrongness that permeated the village areas where the construction materials seemed to exist less solidly than they should. "Grandfather," a young voice called out, and an 8-year-old boy came running down the bridge's walkway. "You're back, and you brought Ninja." But as the child, Inari, Tazuna introduced him, approached their group, his steps began to slow. His initial enthusiasm gave way to confusion, then growing unease as his instincts reacted to something his conscious mind couldn't identify. "That one," Inari whispered to his grandfather, pointing at Naruto with a trembling finger. "That one feels empty." Naruto's face fell at the rejection, his usual resilience cracking slightly. "I'm not empty," he said quietly. "I'm just different." "Different how?" Inari asked with the directness of childhood. Before Naruto could answer, a new voice interrupted from the bridge's far end. Well, it seems the old bridge builder brought more than just protection." The speaker emerged from behind a support pillar like a wraith materializing from shadow. He was pale, androgynous, and moved with the fluid grace of someone who had transcended merely human limitations. His clothes bore the distinctive pattern of hidden mist techniques, and the senbon needles between his fingers caught the light like drops of captured starlight. "Haku," Kakashi identified, his hand moving instinctively toward his kunai pouch. "One of the legendary demon of the mist's associates." "Indeed," Haku replied pleasantly, as if they were discussing the weather. "Zabuza-san has been most interested in this bridge project, but I must confess, our intelligence didn't mention anything about unusual ninja among the escort team." His gaze fixed on Naruto with an intensity that made the air between them seem to vibrate. "You," he said softly, "are not what you appear to be." Naruto bristled at the assessment. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," Haku said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had seen far too much death, "that you feel like the space between heartbeats. The pause between words, the moment when life becomes death." The description was so accurate that even Kakashi felt a chill of recognition. Haku wasn't just observing Naruto, he was analyzing him with the precision of someone intimately familiar with the boundary between existence and void. "Fight me," Naruto demanded, his frustration boiling over into action. "I'll show you what I really am." "Naruto, wait," Kakashi began, but his student was already moving. The battle was joined with a speed that left civilian observers struggling to follow. Haku's ice mirrors materialized around the bridge's center span, creating a crystalline prison that reflected his image in impossible angles. From within the technique, he could attack from any direction at the speed of thought. Under normal circumstances, the battle would have been hopeless for a genin. Haku was a Jonin-level opponent with a bloodline technique that had never been defeated in direct combat. But these weren't normal circumstances, and Naruto was beginning to be something other than entirely human. Demonic ice mirrors, Haku announced as his technique completed. Within this prison, I am everywhere and nowhere. Your death will be swift, and his words cut off as Naruto looked up at the mirrors surrounding him. The boy's right eye had gone black again, and the bone-white fox mask was spreading across his face with visible acceleration. Mirrors, Naruto said thoughtfully, his dual voice carrying harmonics that made the ice resonate with sympathetic vibrations. Reflections of what is, but what happens when what is becomes what isn't? He moved then, not with the clumsy directness of his usual fighting style, but with predatory grace that seemed to bend space around him. One moment he was trapped in the center of Haku's technique, the next he was standing behind one of the ice mirrors, his hand pressed flat against its surface. Where his palm made contact, the mirror began to change. Not breaking or melting, but becoming less real, as if the concept of reflection itself was being drained away. Impossible, Haku breathed, appearing in another mirror to launch a volley of senbon. My bloodline technique cannot be. The needles passed through Naruto's form without effect, striking the bridge's support beams behind him. But instead of simple evasion, it appeared that the boy had simply existed elsewhere for the duration of the attack. Your bloodline, Naruto said conversationally, moving to another mirror, is really pretty. All these reflections and ice and light. His voice carried a note of genuine appreciation, which made what came next infinitely more disturbing. I wonder what it tastes like. The second mirror began to dissolve under his touch, its crystalline structure unraveling not through heat or force, but through fundamental rejection of its own existence. As it collapsed, Haku staggered, his connection to the technique suffering damage that registered as physical pain. What are you doing to my technique? Haku demanded, appearing in a third mirror with obvious strain. I'm eating it, Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Not the ice, that's just frozen water. I'm eating the part that makes it special, the bloodline-ness, the inherited power-ness. He paused, searching for words. The part that says you can do this and other people can't. Terror flickered across Haku's normally impassive features. That's not possible. Bloodline techniques are genetic, inherited through. His explanation died as Naruto placed both hands on the nearest mirror and began to pull. Not physically, but spiritually, drawing something essential out of the technique and into the void where his chakra should have been. The ice mirrors began collapsing in sequence, not destroyed but negated, as if the universe had decided they had never existed in the first place. Haku found himself standing on open bridge deck, his bloodline technique not just defeated but unmade. How? He whispered, staring at his hands as if they belonged to a stranger. I can still feel the chakra, still remember the hand seals, but it's like something is missing. I took the connection, Naruto explained helpfully, the thing that linked you to your ancestors' power. Don't worry, I think it grows back eventually. The casual tone in which he delivered this apocalyptic revelation was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the entire exchange. Naruto had just severed a bloodline inheritance that had been passed down for generations, and he spoke of it like borrowing a cup of rice from a neighbor. Haku attacked then, not with techniques but with desperate taijutsu, senbon needles flashing in intricate patterns designed to disable rather than kill. But his movements were slower now, missing the supernatural grace that his bloodline had provided. Naruto met the assault with growing fluidity, his body moving in ways that suggested he was learning to exist partially outside normal spacetime. Where Haku's needles should have found their mark, they encountered only empty air. Where Naruto's counterattacks should have been blocked, they passed through defensive positions as if the concept of defense itself was insufficient. The fight's conclusion came with shocking suddenness. Haku, pushed beyond his limits and fighting with the desperation of someone who had lost everything that defined him, overextended on a thrust meant to disable Naruto's primary chakra points. Naruto simply wasn't there to receive the attack. Instead, he materialized behind Haku with his hand already in position, fingers pressed against the back of the ice user's neck. I win, he said softly. But instead of a simple victory, something else began to happen. Where Naruto's fingers made contact with Haku's skin, the same dissolution effect that had destroyed the ice mirrors began to manifest. Not on the physical level, Haku's body remained intact, but something deeper was being drawn away. Haku's eyes widened in terror as he felt his soul beginning to unravel, pulled inexorably toward the hungry void that existed where Naruto's spiritual center should have been. Stop, he whispered, then louder, stop. You're killing more than my body, you're destroying what I am. The the desperate plea seemed to penetrate Naruto's altered consciousness. The bone mask on his face flickered, and for a moment his normal blue eyes returned, filled with horror at what he was doing. He jerked his hand back as if burned, severing the connection before Haku's soul could be completely consumed. The ice user collapsed to the bridge deck, alive but fundamentally changed, his spiritual essence partially devoured. "I'm sorry," Naruto whispered, staring at his hands with growing revulsion. "I didn't mean to. I was just so hungry and you felt so." "Bright," Haku finished weakly. "You were drawn to how bright my soul burned." The admission hung between them like a death sentence. Naruto hadn't attacked Haku because he was an enemy. He'd been compelled by spiritual hunger to consume the very thing that made the ice user unique. From the bridge's far end, slow applause echoed across the water. Zabuza Momochi emerged from concealment, his massive blade reflecting the morning light as he took in the scene before him. "Well," the demon of the mist said, his voice carrying grudging respect, "that was educational." He looked at Haku's weakened form, then at Naruto's horrified expression, and his scarred features twisted into something that might have been a smile. "Kid," Zabuza said directly to Naruto, "I've killed hundreds of people. Shinobi, civilians, men who begged for their lives, and children who never had a chance to scream. But you," he shook his head slowly, "you ain't human. You're something that shouldn't exist, something that makes death look merciful by comparison." Naruto's face crumpled at the assessment, his usual resilience finally breaking under the weight of what he'd become. "I know," he whispered. "I know I'm wrong, I know I'm broken, but I don't know how to fix it." Zabuza's expression softened slightly, though his grip on his sword remained firm. "Maybe you can't be fixed, kid. Maybe the best any of us can do is learn to live with being monsters." The philosophical exchange was interrupted by Kakashi's arrival, the copy ninja having finally reached the battle site after dealing with Zabuza's initial diversionary tactics. He took in the scene quickly, Haku collapsed and spiritually wounded, Naruto in the grip of existential horror, and Zabuza standing in a position that suggested truce rather than combat. "What happened here?" Kakashi asked, though his enhanced senses were already providing disturbing answers. "Your student," Zabuza replied, "just taught me that there are worse things than death. Much worse things." As Team 7 regrouped and the immediate threat passed, none of them noticed the way reality itself seemed slightly less stable around the bridge. The battle had left more than physical damage, it had created a wound in the spiritual fabric of the world, a place where the boundary between existence and void had been permanently weakened. And in the depths of his sealed prison, the Ninetales stirred uneasily, his ancient consciousness brushing against something that made even a tailed beast recoil in instinctive terror. "What are you becoming?" Kurama whispered into the darkness of Naruto's subconscious. "And what happens to all of us when you finish changing?" The questions echoed unanswered through the holospaces where a human soul should have resided, growing stronger with each passing moment as something vast and patient, and utterly inhuman, continued its slow awakening in the body of a 12-year-old boy. The bridge to the land of waves would be completed, but it would forever carry the spiritual stain of what had transpired on its deck, a reminder that some victories came at prices too terrible to calculate. And in the weeks to come, travelers crossing that bridge would report strange dreams, visions of endless hunger and the gradual dissolution of everything they held dear. The void was learning to dream, and its dreams were beginning to bleed into the waking world. The return journey to Konoha passed in oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of sandals on dirt roads and the occasional whispered conversation between his teammates. Naruto walked slightly apart from the others, his usual chatter replaced by contemplative quiet that somehow felt more unsettling than his loudest outbursts. Kakashi kept his Sharingan active beneath his hidyate, monitoring his student's spiritual signature for signs of further deterioration. What he observed made him question whether they should have returned to the village at all. Naruto's chakra network had undergone fundamental changes since the bridge incident. Where before there had been isolated pockets of void within his coil system, now entire pathways showed signs of corruption. His spiritual energy moved in patterns that violated basic principles of chakra flow, creating eddies and dead zones that shouldn't have been survivable. More disturbing still were the environmental effects. Plants along their route withered as they passed, not from any conscious action on Naruto's part, but simply from proximity to his altered presence. Small animals fled before they came into view, and even insects seemed to avoid the areas where Naruto had walked. "Sench," Sasuke said quietly during their second rest stop, "is Naruto contagious?" The question hit closer to home than Kakashi cared to admit. "What makes you ask that?" I've been having dreams, Sasuke replied, his voice carefully controlled. Dreams about emptiness, about falling into spaces that have no bottom and no walls, and he hesitated before continuing. Sometimes when I look at Naruto, I see things that aren't there, shadows behind his shadow, faces in his reflection that aren't his face. Sakura nodded from her position nearby. I've been researching spiritual healing techniques, she admitted. Medical jutsu that work on souls instead of bodies. I don't know why, I just feel like I need to learn them. Because your instincts are warning you, Kakashi realized aloud. You're both unconsciously preparing for a threat you can't rationally identify. They were interrupted by Naruto's return from the tree line, where he'd gone to answer nature's call. But as he rejoined their group, Kakashi noticed something that made his blood run cold. The trees behind Naruto were dying. Not quickly, not dramatically, but with the slow inevitability of plants whose life force was being gradually drained away. Leaves were turning brown at their edges, bark was becoming brittle, and the very sap seemed to be flowing backward, retreating deeper into root systems as if seeking shelter. Did you touch anything while you were back there? Kakashi asked carefully. Naruto shook his head, genuinely puzzled. Just leaned against a tree for a few minutes. Why? Because that tree was now visibly aging, its trunk developing the kind of deep furrows that normally took decades to form. Because the grass in a perfect circle around where Naruto had stood was withering as they watched. Because something fundamental about the boy's presence was becoming toxic to life itself. No reason, Kakashi lied smoothly. Let's keep moving. I want to reach the village before nightfall. The gates of Konoha appeared through the afternoon haze like a promise of safety and normalcy, but Kakashi's relief evaporated the moment they passed under the great wooden arch. The gate guard's reactions told him everything he needed to know about how much Naruto had changed during their brief absence. Kogetsu Hagen, one of the eternal Chunin who manned the checkpoint, looked up from his logbook with a welcoming smile that died instantly when his gaze fell on Naruto. The man's face went pale, his hand moving unconsciously toward the alarm bell. Team 7, reporting successful completion of C-rank escort mission, Kakashi announced, trying to maintain routine normalcy. But Kotetsu wasn't listening. His attention was fixed on Naruto with the horrified fascination of someone watching a natural disaster approach. That's the Uzumaki boy, isn't it? He whispered. Yes, Kakashi confirmed, noting how both gate guards were now backing away from their position. He feels different, the second guard, Izumo, observed shakily. Wrong, like, he struggled for words. Like standing next to a grave that something crawled out of. Naruto's face fell at the rejection, his shoulders sagging under the weight of familiar isolation. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I know I'm scary now. I don't know how to not be. The simple honesty of the statement seemed to hit the guards harder than any threat could have. Kogetsu visibly pulled himself together, stamping their mission paperwork with hands that only trembled slightly. Welcome home, he managed, though his voice carried the hollow ring of someone going through necessary motions. As they walked through Konoha's streets toward the Hokage Tower, Kakashi cataloged the civilian reactions with growing concern. Shop owners unconsciously closed their doors as they passed. Children playing in the streets fell silent and pressed themselves against walls. Even the village's cats and dogs fled from alleys and hiding spots, seeking shelter from something their enhanced senses found unbearable. This is worse than before, Sakura observed quietly. People are afraid of him in a way that goes beyond just knowing about the Nine Tails. Because it's not about the fox anymore, Sasuke replied grimly. It's about what Naruto is becoming. The boy in question walked slightly ahead of them, his head down and hands shoved deep in his pockets. He'd stopped trying to wave at people or call out cheerful greetings, having learned that such attempts only increased their terror. At least we know the mission was successful, Naruto said with forced lightness. Tazuna's bridge will connect the land of waves to the mainland, and Gato's stranglehold is broken. What he didn't mention, what none of them mentioned, was the price of that success. The bridge itself now carried a permanent spiritual stain, a wound in reality that made crossing it an unsettling experience. Ships reported navigation difficulties in the area, with compasses spinning wildly and crews suffering from nightmares during overnight stays. The land of waves was free, but it would never be the same. The Hokage's office felt smaller than usual when Team 7 arrived for debriefing, as if the walls themselves were unconsciously trying to maintain distance from whatever Naruto was becoming. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork with the expression of a man who had been dreading this meeting. Team 7, he greeted them formally. I trust your mission was successful. The primary objective was completed, Kakashi reported. Tazuna reached his village safely, and the bridge construction can now proceed without interference from Gato's organization. And the secondary complications. Hiruzen's gaze fixed on Naruto with the intensity of someone studying a potentially dangerous specimen. Kakashi hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Naruto's condition showed further development during the mission. He demonstrated new abilities that appear to be beyond conventional ninjutsu. Show me. It was a simple request, but Kakashi felt his blood run cold at the implications. Sir, I'm not certain that would be wise in an enclosed space. Show me, Hiruzen repeated, his voice carrying the absolute authority of the Hokage. Naruto looked up at his grandfather figure with eyes that seemed far too old for his 12-year-old face. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt anyone. I need to understand what we're dealing with, Hiruzen replied gently. Just a small demonstration, something controlled. Naruto nodded reluctantly, raising his right hand palm up toward the ceiling. For a moment, nothing visible happened. Then the air above his palm began to distort, creating ripples that bent light in impossible directions. The temperature in the room plummeted 20 degrees in seconds. Every piece of chakra-sensitive equipment in the office, detection seals, communication devices, even the third's personal alert system, began displaying error codes or failing entirely. But most disturbing was the effect on the people present. Sasuke and Sakura both staggered, suddenly looking exhausted despite having done nothing strenuous. Kakashi felt his own chakra reserves beginning to drain, pulled inexorably toward the growing distortion above Naruto's hand. That's enough, Hiruzen said quietly, but with unmistakable command. Naruto closed his fist, and the distortion collapsed in on itself with an implosion that left everyone's ears ringing. The room's temperature began to return to normal, but the sense of wrongness lingered. Fascinating, the third Hokage mused, though his voice carried more horror than scientific interest. And terrifying. Naruto, can you tell me what that technique was called? It doesn't have a name, Naruto replied honestly. It's not really a technique at all, it's just… He struggled for words. It's just me being hungry. The casual way he described weaponizing spiritual hunger sent chills through everyone present. This wasn't a boy who had learned dangerous jutsu. This was something that was inherently antithetical to life itself. Sir, Kakashi said carefully, I recommend immediate consultation with our seal masters and any available experts in spiritual phenomena. Already arranged, Hiruzen replied grimly. Team 7 is dismissed for now, but I'll need detailed written reports from all of you within 24 hours. And, he looked directly at Naruto, I'll need you to report to Training Ground 3 tomorrow morning for specialized exercises. As they filed out of the office, none of them noticed the way frost had formed on the inside of the windows, spelling out words in a script that predated human civilization. But Hiruzen saw it, and spent the rest of the evening researching ancient texts that spoke of entities whose very existence was an affront to the natural order. Training Ground 3 at dawn had never felt so much like a containment facility. Kakashi arrived early to establish protective barriers and warning perimeters, though he suspected such precautions would prove woefully inadequate if things went wrong. Naruto appeared punctually for once, his usual tardiness replaced by the careful punctuality of someone who understood they were being closely monitored. His teammates arrived shortly after, their presence requested by Kakashi despite the obvious risks. Today we're going to work on control, the Jonin instructor announced. Not learning new techniques, but managing the ones you already have. You mean the ones I can't turn off, Naruto said with bitter accuracy. The ones that are part of your nature now, Kakashi corrected gently. The goal isn't to suppress what you've become, it's to learn to be human despite it. They started with meditation exercises, attempting to help Naruto find some center of calm within the spiritual hurricane that his chakra network had become. But within minutes, it became clear that conventional techniques were not just useless but actively counterproductive. The breathing exercises are making it worse, Sakura observed, her medical training allowing her to recognize the signs. His chakra is becoming more chaotic, not less. Sasuke nodded agreement, his Sharingan active despite the strain it caused him. It's like trying to calm a whirlpool by stirring it in the opposite direction. The resistance just creates more turbulence. Kakashi switched tactics, attempting to teach Naruto basic chakra suppression techniques used by AHNBOO operatives for stealth missions. The results were immediate and disastrous. Instead of reducing his spiritual signature, The suppression exercises seemed to compress Naruto's altered chakra into a denser, more dangerous form. Plants within a 30-meter radius began dying with visible speed, and both Sasuke and Sakura were forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the expanding dead zone. "Stop," Kakashi ordered, but Naruto was already ahead of him, releasing the technique before it could cause permanent damage. "I'm sorry," the boy said quietly, staring at the withered grass around his feet. "Everything I try to do just makes it worse." "Not worse," a new voice corrected from the edge of the training ground. "Different." They turned to see Neji Hyuga approaching, his Byakugan already active and his face set in grim determination. The prodigy of the main branch moved with careful precision, as if navigating a minefield. "Neji," Kakashi called out, "this isn't a good time for—" "I need to see," Neji interrupted, his voice carrying unusual intensity. "The clan elders have been talking in whispers since Team 7 returned. They say there's something in the village that doesn't belong in the world of the living." He activated his bloodline limit to full power, the veins around his eyes bulging as he focused his enhanced vision on Naruto's spiritual signature. The reaction was immediate and violent. Neji's knees buckled, his face going green as vertigo overwhelmed his enhanced senses. He doubled over and vomited, his body's automatic response to sensory input that violated fundamental assumptions about reality. "What did you see?" Kakashi asked urgently, moving to support the Hyuga prodigy. "Nothing," Neji gasped, wiping his mouth with a shaking hand. "That's the problem. Where his chakra network should be, there's just nothing. Not empty space, actual nothing. A hole in existence shaped like a person." He looked up at Naruto with eyes that carried the haunted expression of someone who had stared into an abyss and found it staring back. "You're not a Jinchuriki," Neji continued shakily. "Jinchuriki have foreign chakra mixed with their own. You have foreign nothing mixed with human something, and the nothing is winning." The assessment was so accurate that even Naruto seemed stunned by its implications. For the first time since his transformation had begun, someone had looked at him with enhanced perception and been able to articulate exactly what was wrong. "Can it be fixed?" Naruto asked quietly, his voice carrying desperate hope. Neji was quiet for a long moment before answering. "I don't know, but I know someone who might." The Chunin exams registration had always been a chaotic affair, but the atmosphere in the academy's main hall was unusually tense as teams from multiple villages gathered to sign up for the biannual competition. Representatives from the Hidden Sand, Hidden Sound, Hidden Grass, and several minor villages mingled with Konoha's genin, creating a diplomatic complexity that required careful management. Team 7's arrival changed the entire dynamic of the room. The effect wasn't immediately obvious. Naruto looked like any other 12-year-old genin, chattering nervously about the upcoming challenges and trying to project confidence he didn't feel. But within minutes of their entry, every sensor-type ninja in the building began displaying signs of distress. A sand genin with pale, ringed eyes suddenly doubled over, pressing his hands to his temples as if suffering from a migraine. "Something's wrong," he whispered to his teammates. "There's something here that shouldn't exist." From across the room, a sound ninja with enhanced hearing was backing toward the exit, her face twisted in obvious pain. "I can hear it," she muttered. "It's not making any sound, but I can hear it screaming." "Hear what's screaming?" her teammate demanded. "Reality," she replied, just before fleeing the building entirely. The reactions escalated quickly. A grass village sensor attempted to identify the source of the disturbance by expanding his perception to its maximum range, only to collapse unconsciously the moment his awareness touched Naruto's spiritual signature. "Medical team to the registration hall," came the announcement over the academy's speaker system. "Multiple ninja down with unknown sensory overload." Kakashi was preparing to extract his team from the increasingly dangerous situation when a familiar presence made itself known. "My," came a silky voice from behind them. "What an interesting development." They turned to find Orochimaru in his grass ninja disguise, his serpentine features hidden beneath an illusion that fooled normal sight but couldn't entirely mask his predatory nature. The Sannin's golden eyes were fixed on Naruto with the intensity of a scientist observing a fascinating specimen. "Orochimaru," Kakashi identified quietly, his hand moving toward his kunai pouch. Now, Kakashi-kun," the snake Sannin purred. "I'm simply here to observe the next generation of ninja, though I must admit one of them is far more unique than I anticipated." His gaze never left Naruto, who was beginning to show signs of agitation at the attention. Small distortions were appearing in the air around the boy, barely visible, but enough to make nearby genin unconsciously back away. "You can sense what I am," Naruto said, though it was more statement than question. "Indeed, and what you are, young one, is absolutely fascinating." Orochimaru's smile was visible even through his disguise. "I've spent decades studying the boundaries between life and death, but you exist somewhere beyond both." The conversation was interrupted by a commotion near the registration desk. Several more sensor ninja had collapsed, and the medical team was struggling to understand why healthy genin were suffering what appeared to be spiritual vertigo. "Perhaps," Orochimaru suggested smoothly, "we should continue this discussion in a more private setting." "Not a chance," Kakashi replied firmly, though he was acutely aware that fighting one of the legendary Sannin in a room full of genin would be catastrophic. "Oh, but I think young Naruto-kun is curious about what he's becoming. Aren't you?" Orochimaru's voice carried hypnotic undertones that made several nearby students sway on their feet. Before anyone could respond, Naruto's spiritual pressure flared unconsciously, responding to the threat he sensed but couldn't quite identify. The effect was immediate and devastating. Every summon contract in the building activated simultaneously as the animals bound to them attempted to flee back to their home dimensions. Snakes, toads, dogs, and birds materialized in the registration hall for split seconds before disappearing again, their panicked retreats creating a spiritual feedback loop that left their summoners gasping. But Orochimaru's reaction was the most telling. The powerful Sannin, who had face-tailed beasts and legendary ninja without flinching, took an involuntary step backward. For just a moment, his carefully maintained composure cracked, revealing genuine unease. "Magnificent," he whispered, his voice carrying equal parts admiration and terror. "You're not just consuming chakra, you're negating the very concept of spiritual contracts." As if to prove his point, several summoning scrolls in the room began to smoke and char, their binding seals failing as the spiritual connections they represented were dissolved by proximity to Naruto's growing power. "That's enough," came a voice from the doorway, carrying the absolute authority of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the hall with a contingent of AHNBOO operatives, his weathered face set in grim determination. "Orochimaru," he acknowledged his former student with cold formality, "you're not welcome in this village." "Sench," the snake Sannin replied with mocking affection, "always so protective of your precious genin. But tell me, are you protecting them from me or protecting everyone else from them?" His gaze flickered meaningfully toward Naruto, who stood at the center of an expanding circle of unconscious sensor ninja and failed summoning attempts. "Leave," Hiruzen ordered simply. "Now," Orochimaru bowed with theatrical courtesy. "Of course, but before I go." He looked directly at Naruto with eyes that seemed to see through flesh and bone to whatever lay beneath. "When you finally understand what you truly are, come find me. I have so much to teach you about transcending the limitations of mortality." With that, he melted away into the chaos of the evacuation, leaving behind only the lingering scent of snakes and the promise of future encounters. As the medical teams worked to revive the affected genin and the registration process resumed under heavy AHNBOO guard, Kakashi found himself wondering whether entering the Chunin exams was wise. His student was becoming something that even legendary Sannin found unsettling, and they were about to put him in direct competition with the best young ninja from multiple villages. The question wasn't whether Naruto would survive the exams, it was whether anyone else would. The forest of death loomed before the gathered genin teams like a promise of violence barely contained by Konoha's protective barriers. Ancient trees stretched toward an overcast sky, their canopy so dense that noon felt like twilight within the enclosed training ground. Anko Mitarashi stood before the entrance gate with her characteristic blend of sadistic enthusiasm and professional competence, explaining the rules of the second examination phase to increasingly nervous participants. "This is Training Ground 44, she announced cheerfully. "Also known as the Forest of Death, for reasons that will become abundantly clear once you're inside. Your objective is simple, reach the central tower with both a Heaven and Earth scroll within the 120-hour time limit." She held up the scrolls in question, their sealing formulae glinting in the filtered sunlight. "Half of you have been given Heaven scrolls, half have Earth scrolls. You'll need to acquire the type you don't have by whatever means necessary." By whatever means necessary carried implications that made several genin teams exchange worried glances. This wasn't going to be a test of skill so much as survival instinct. "Any questions?" Anko asked with predatory glee. A sand genin raised his hand tentatively. "What about the animals in the forest? Are they part of the examination?" Anko's grin widened. The wildlife in Training Ground 44 has been enhanced over the years. Some of them are bigger than houses, others are smarter than most genin, and a few of them are just plain mean. Consider them part of the curriculum. Team 7 received their Earth Scroll and moved toward Gate 12, their assigned entry point. But as they approached the forest's edge, something unprecedented began to happen. The sounds of the forest, bird calls, insect buzzing, the rustling of small animals through underbrush, began to fade. Not gradually, but with the sudden silence that accompanies the approach of apex predators. That's not normal, Sakura observed, her medic training making her sensitive to environmental changes. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and immediately wished he hadn't. The animals aren't just quiet, he reported through gritted teeth. They're fleeing. Every living thing in the forest is running away from us. From me, Naruto corrected quietly. They're running from me. The admission carried the weight of growing self-awareness. Naruto was beginning to understand that his presence was fundamentally antithetical to life, that his very existence created zones where normal creatures couldn't survive. Gate 12 teams, you're cleared to enter, Anko announced, apparently oblivious to the ecological exodus occurring around them. Team 7 stepped through the entrance and into what should have been one of the most dangerous environments in the hidden villages. Instead, they found themselves in a forest that felt more like a tomb. The ancient trees stretched overhead in cathedral silence, their branches heavy with the oppressive weight of a place where life had chosen to be elsewhere. No insects buzzed, no birds called, no small mammals rustled through the undergrowth. It's like a graveyard, Sakura whispered, her voice seeming to echo despite the sound-absorbing canopy. No, Sasuke corrected grimly, his enhanced vision showing him the spiritual reality of their surroundings. It's worse than that. Graveyards are places where things died. This is a place where things choose not to live. They had been walking for less than an hour when they encountered their first evidence of how profoundly Naruto's presence was affecting the forest ecosystem. A massive tiger, easily twice the size of a normal specimen, and bearing the chakra-enhanced features typical of Training Ground 44's wildlife, lay motionless across their path. Kakashi approached cautiously, prepared for the possibility that the beast was feigning death. But a quick examination revealed something far more disturbing. It's alive, he reported. Breathing, pulse steady, no obvious injuries. But, Sakura prompted, but it's completely catatonic, look at its eyes. The tiger's pupils were dilated to pinpoints, staring sightlessly at the canopy above. Its massive form trembled occasionally, as if it were experiencing nightmares too terrible to process. I did that, Naruto said quietly. Just by being here, I broke its mind. You didn't mean to, Kakura offered, though her attempt at comfort fell flat even to her own ears. Doesn't matter what I meant, Naruto replied. It matters what I am. They were forced to step around the traumatized predator, leaving it to whatever fate awaited creatures whose minds had been shattered by contact with existential void. But the tiger was only the first of many similar encounters. Throughout their journey toward the central tower, they found the forest's enhanced wildlife in various states of psychological breakdown. Giant spiders hung motionless in webs that would never again catch prey. Chakra-enhanced wolves lay whimpering in clearings, their pack structure dissolved by contact with something their instincts couldn't categorize as either threat or prey. Most disturbing were the trees themselves. Ancient oaks and maples that had stood for centuries were beginning to show signs of premature aging, their bark developing deep furrows and their leaves turning brown despite the adequate rainfall and soil conditions. The forest is dying, Sasuke observed as they made camp for their first night. Not from disease or drought, but from proximity to something that negates the very concept of life. How long do you think it takes? Sakura asked quietly. For a place to recover from this, Kakashi looked around at the withering vegetation and catatonic wildlife, his enhanced senses detecting the expanding dead zone that followed in Naruto's wake. I don't know if it can recover, he admitted. What Naruto represents isn't just dangerous, it's fundamentally incompatible with the existence of living ecosystems. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of another team, though approach wasn't quite accurate. The sound ninja appeared suddenly, dropping from the canopy with the coordinated precision of experienced killers. Team 7, announced their leader, a pale boy with unusual hair and unsettling eyes. We've been looking for you. Let me guess, Kakashi replied calmly, though his hand moved toward his kunai pouch. You need our Earth Scroll. Actually, the sound ninja continued, we're more interested in your unique Teammate, his gaze fixed on Naruto with scientific curiosity rather than hostility. Dasu Zaku, can you sense what I'm sensing? His teammates nodded grimly. The one called Dasu, whose head was wrapped in bandages covering some kind of sensory equipment, was actively backing away from their position. It's like standing next to a siren that's screaming at frequencies that don't exist, Dasu reported. My sound-based techniques are being interfered with by something that isn't making noise. Zaku, the leader prompted. The spiky-haired ninja flexed his hands, revealing the air cannons built into his palms. Boss, I don't think we should fight this one. My weapons work by manipulating air pressure, but the air around him feels wrong, like it's not entirely there. Nonsense, their leader replied, though his voice carried less conviction than before. He's just another genin. Watch. He formed hand seals with impressive speed, launching what appeared to be a basic wind technique toward Naruto's position. But instead of the expected cutting air blades, the jutsu simply stopped. Not blocked or deflected, but negated, as if the space around Naruto had rejected the very concept of wind manipulation. Interesting, Naruto observed mildly. Your technique feels hungry too, but not as hungry as I am. He raised his hand toward the sound ninja team, and the air between them began to distort in familiar patterns. But this time, instead of the chaotic void effect he demonstrated before, Naruto's power manifested with disturbing precision. The sound ninja's weapons began to malfunction, not breaking or jamming, but simply ceasing to function as their spiritual components were systematically negated. Dasu's sensory equipment went silent, Zaku's air cannons stopped responding to his chakra, and their leader's wind techniques dissolved before they could fully form. "What are you doing?" the leader demanded, though his voice carried more fascination than fear. "I'm eating the parts of your techniques that make them special," Naruto explained conversationally. "Not the chakra, that's just energy. I'm eating the inherited knowledge, the training, the connections between your will and your abilities." The implications were staggering. Naruto wasn't just negating their jutsu, he was severing their spiritual connections to techniques they had spent years mastering. "Impossible," Zaku whispered, staring at his hands as if they belonged to a stranger. "I can remember how to use the air cannons, I know the theory, but it's like something essential is missing." The connection, Dasu realized with growing horror. He's not just defeating our techniques, he's making us forget how to use them on a fundamental level. The sound team retreated quickly, leaving behind their heaven scroll without being asked. As they disappeared into the forest depths, their leader called back one final observation. "Orochimaru-sama was right about you. You're not just dangerous, you're evolution in the wrong direction." As Team 7 secured both scrolls and prepared to continue toward the central tower, none of them spoke about what they'd witnessed. But the implications hung heavy in the air between them. Naruto wasn't just becoming something inhuman, he was becoming something that actively diminished the humanity of others through mere contact. His power didn't just destroy techniques. It erased the spiritual bonds that made those techniques possible in the first place. "How much further to the tower?" Naruto asked quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood that every step forward carried them deeper into unknown territory. 2 days, Kakashi replied. "Maybe less." But looking at the expanding dead zone that surrounded his student, the Jonin instructor wondered whether any of them would still be entirely human by the time they arrived. The Forest of Death had become something far worse than its name suggested. It had become a place where existence itself was being systematically negated by the presence of something that should never have been allowed to awaken. And they were only halfway through the examination. The central tower of Training Ground 44 loomed through the perpetual twilight like a monument to endurance, its ancient stones bearing the scars of countless examinations. But as Team 7 approached the structure, even this bastion of ninja tradition seemed to recoil from Naruto's presence. The tower's protective seals, etched into foundation stones by generations of fuinjutsu masters, began flickering erratically. Warning barriers designed to keep out unauthorized personnel sparked and dimmed, their spiritual matrices struggling to process something that existed outside their programmed parameters. "The building itself is having an allergic reaction," Sakura observed with clinical detachment, her medical training helping her maintain some semblance of scientific objectivity. Inside the tower's main hall, other genin teams who had already completed the second phase were gathered in small groups, comparing stories and tending to injuries. The atmosphere should have been one of camaraderie mixed with competitive tension, young ninjas celebrating their survival while preparing for the challenges ahead. Instead, Team 7's entry created an immediate exodus. It started subtly. A grass genin paused mid-sentence, his face going pale as some primal instinct screamed warnings his conscious mind couldn't process. A sand kunoichi dropped her ration bar, her appetite suddenly replaced by nausea that had no physical cause. Within minutes, the hall had emptied except for 3 teams, leaving an oppressive silence broken only by the sound of Naruto's footsteps on ancient stone. "They can feel it now," Sasuke observed quietly, his Sharingan revealing the spiritual distortions that followed in Naruto's wake. "Whatever you're becoming, it's getting stronger. And more obvious," Kakashi added grimly. He'd been hoping that Naruto's condition might stabilize, that whatever process had been triggered by the Nine-Tails sealing might reach some kind of equilibrium. But every passing day brought new evidence that the transformation was accelerating rather than leveling off. A Chunin proctor appeared from a side passage, his usual air of professional competence marred by obvious discomfort. "Team 7, he announced, consulting his clipboard with hands that trembled slightly. You're the last team to arrive. Please proceed to the preliminary examination chamber." The Chunin led them through corridors that seemed to grow colder with each step, past wall-mounted torches that guttered and dimmed in Naruto's presence. Ancient tapestries depicting legendary ninja began developing frost patterns along their edges, and several ceremonial weapons displayed in wall cases started showing signs of premature corrosion. "Sir," Sakura ventured carefully, "is it normal for the building to react this way to chakra signatures?" The proctor's laugh carried no humor. "Lady, nothing about this examination has been normal since your team entered the forest. Half our wildlife monitoring equipment stopped functioning, the other half started picking up readings that shouldn't be possible, and 3 of our sensor specialists requested medical leave after trying to track your progress." They entered the preliminary chamber to find it considerably more crowded than the entrance hall had been. 21 teams had survived the Forest of Death, but looking around the assembled genin, Kakashi could see that survival had come at various costs. Rock Lee bore fresh bandages that couldn't quite hide the spiritual exhaustion in his eyes. Gaara of the Sand stood apart from everyone else, his gourd trembling slightly as whatever entity lived within it reacted to Naruto's presence with obvious agitation. Even Neji Hyuga, prodigy of the Hyuga clan, kept his Byakugan deactivated and avoided looking directly at Team 7. "Attention Genin," announced Hayate Geiko, the sickly Chunin who would oversee the preliminary matches. "Due to the large number of candidates who passed the second examination, we'll be holding elimination matches to reduce the field to a more manageable size." He gestured toward the electronic board that would randomly select matchups. "The rules are simple: fight until one contestant yields, is knocked unconscious, or," his gaze flickered toward Naruto with obvious unease, "or I determine that continuing would result in permanent injury." The first few matches proceeded normally enough, giving Kakashi hope that perhaps the preliminary phase would pass without major incident. But as the electronic board cycled through potential combinations, he felt a growing sense of inevitability. "Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka," the board announced, its electronic voice echoing through the suddenly silent chamber. The reaction was immediate. Akamaru, Kiba's Ninken partner, began whimpering and trying to hide behind his human companion. Several sensor-type genin in the audience closed their eyes or turned away, unwilling to witness whatever was about to unfold. "This is going to be a disaster," Kakashi muttered, but there was no way to intervene without disqualifying his student. Kiba descended to the arena floor with his usual confidence, but his bravado was undermined by Akamaru's obvious terror. The small dog was trembling so violently that he could barely maintain his position on Kiba's head. "What's wrong with him?" Kiba demanded, addressing his question to Naruto. "Akamaru's never been scared of anyone before. He can sense what I am," Naruto replied quietly, his voice carrying a note of genuine sadness. "Dogs are better at recognizing predators than humans are." "Predators?" Kiba's confidence wavered slightly. "You're just another genin." "No," Naruto said, and for a moment his blue eyes seemed to reflect depths that had no bottom. "I'm really not." "Begin," Hayate called out, though his voice carried the reluctance of someone starting something he suspected he'd regret. Kiba launched into his opening gambit, the fang over fang technique that should have been devastating against any normal opponent. But as he and Akamaru spun toward Naruto in twin spirals of chakra-enhanced destruction, something unprecedented occurred. Naruto didn't dodge or block or counterattack. He simply stood perfectly still and allowed his spiritual pressure to manifest unconsciously. The spinning attack formations destabilized in midair, not from physical interference, but because the space around Naruto rejected the very concept of coordinated movement. Kiba and Akamaru found themselves tumbling out of their technique, their enhanced senses overwhelmed by proximity to something that shouldn't exist. "What the hell?" Kiba demanded, picking himself up from the arena floor. "That's not possible. Your enhanced senses are working against you," Naruto explained conversationally. "You can smell and hear things that normal people can't, right? Well, now you're smelling and hearing what I really am, and your brain doesn't know how to process it." To prove his point, Naruto took a single step forward. The movement should have been completely non-threatening, but Akamaru immediately collapsed, overwhelmed by sensory input that violated every assumption about how reality should function. "Akamaru," Kiba cried out, dropping to his knees beside his unconscious partner. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing," Naruto replied honestly. "I just existed near him. His senses are too sharp, he can perceive things that are better left unnoticed." Kiba's face twisted with rage and fear. "You think you're so special? Let me show you what a real Inuzuka can do." He launched himself forward in a desperate taijutsu assault, his movements enhanced by years of training with his canine partner. But fighting Naruto was like fighting a shadow that occasionally chose to be solid. Where Kiba's punches should have connected, they encountered empty air. Where his kicks should have landed, they passed through space that Naruto had simply decided not to occupy. And with each missed attack, Kiba's enhanced senses fed him increasingly disturbing information about his opponent. "You don't smell like anything," he gasped between strikes. "No scent, no body heat, no." He paused, his face going pale. "No heartbeat, I can't hear your heartbeat." "That's because part of me isn't alive," Naruto replied matter-of-factly, casually sidestepping another desperate attack. "The part that's supposed to connect my soul to my body got damaged when I was born, so now I exist sort of, sideways to everything else." The casual way he described his fundamental wrongness was perhaps more disturbing than any demonstration of power could have been. Naruto spoke of existing sideways to reality, the way other people might mention having a cold. "This is insane," Kiba whispered, backing away from his opponent. "You're not human. You're some kind of monster." For the first time since the match began, Naruto's expression hardened. "I know what I am," he said quietly, "but I'm trying to be better than that." He raised his hand toward Kiba, and the air between them began to distort in familiar patterns. But instead of the devastating void techniques he demonstrated in the Forest of Death, Naruto manifested something far more subtle and infinitely more terrifying. Kiba's enhanced senses, the foundation of his fighting style, the source of his clan's power, simply stopped working. Not damaged or overwhelmed, but negated, as if the spiritual connections that made them possible had been severed. "I can't," Kiba staggered, pressing his hands to his nose and ears. "I can't smell anything. I can't hear properly. It's like being buried alive." "I didn't hurt you," Naruto said, though his voice carried the weight of terrible knowledge. "I just took away the parts of your abilities that make you special. They'll grow back eventually, probably, but for now, I'm just a normal human," Kiba finished, his voice hollow with loss. "Winner. Naruto Uzumaki," Hayate announced, though he sounded more like he was pronouncing a death sentence than declaring victory. As medics rushed to tend to both Kiba and the still unconscious Akamaru, the assembled genin stared at Naruto with expressions ranging from awe to terror. They had just witnessed something that challenged their fundamental understanding of what ninja techniques could accomplish. Naruto hadn't just defeated his opponent, he had temporarily severed the spiritual bonds that connected Kiba to his clan's inherited abilities. It was a demonstration of power that went beyond mere chakra manipulation into the realm of existential violation. "Extraordinary," came a voice from the balcony where the Jonin instructors observed the matches. Orochimaru, still wearing his grass ninja disguise, was studying Naruto with undisguised fascination. "Absolutely extraordinary." His tongue flicked out to taste the air, a serpentine gesture that made several nearby ninja unconsciously back away. The boy isn't just using void techniques, he's becoming void. The distinction is crucial. "What do you mean?" asked one of the other disguised sound operatives. "I mean," Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes never leaving Naruto's form, "that he's not wielding power over emptiness. He's transforming into emptiness that occasionally remembers how to be human." As the preliminary matches continued, Orochimaru found himself revising his long-term plans. The Uchiha boy had been his primary objective, a perfect vessel for his immortality techniques. but watching Naruto casual negate bloodline abilities opened up possibilities that transcended mere body swapping. "Change of plans," he murmured to his subordinates. "The Uchiha can wait. I want detailed observations of every technique the Uzumaki boy uses, everything he does, everyone he interacts with, every effect his presence has on the environment." "What are we looking for specifically?" one of them asked. Orochimaru's smile was visible even through his disguise. "Evidence that death isn't the end, it's just the beginning of something far more interesting." The month-long training period between the preliminaries and the final examination should have been a time of intensive preparation and skill development. For most of the qualified genin, it was exactly that. Sasuke trained with Kakashi to develop new techniques, while other finalists worked with their instructors to address weaknesses revealed during the preliminaries. For Naruto, it became a desperate search for anything resembling normal human existence. Jiraiya of the Sannin had accepted the training assignment with his characteristic blend of enthusiasm and overconfidence, expecting to work with a difficult but ultimately manageable Jinchuriki. The reality proved far more challenging than even the legendary ninja had anticipated. "Kid," Jiraiya said on their third day together, "we need to talk about what you've become." They were sitting beside a hot spring in the mountains outside Konoha, far enough from civilization to minimize the risk of civilian casualties should Naruto's condition worsen. The natural setting should have been peaceful, but even the wildlife here had learned to avoid the area since their arrival. "I'm still me," Naruto insisted, though his voice carried the defensiveness of someone trying to convince himself as much as his listener. "Are you?" Jiraiya's tone was gentle but relentless. "When's the last time you felt hungry for food? When's the last time you got tired from physical exertion? When's the last time you dreamed normal dreams instead of?" He gestured vaguely. "Whatever it is you experience during sleep." Naruto was quiet for a long moment before answering. "I don't dream anymore," he admitted. "I just exist in the dark until morning comes. And I don't get hungry for food, but I get hungry for other things. Things that scare me." "What kind of things?" "When I see people using techniques, especially bloodline techniques, I want to..." Naruto struggled for words. "I want to reach out and take the part of them that makes those techniques possible. Not hurt them, exactly, but consume the connection between them and their power." Jiraiya felt a chill that had nothing to do with mountain air. "And the Nine Tails, can you still sense it?" "Less and less," Naruto replied quietly. "Sometimes I think it's still there, but getting smaller, like it's being dissolved by whatever I'm becoming." The admission was deeply disturbing. If Naruto's condition was capable of negating even a tailed beast, one of the fundamental forces of nature in their world, then the implications went far beyond individual techniques or bloodline abilities. "Naruto," Jiraiya said carefully, "I'm going to try something. I want you to attempt the Rasengan." The training began simply enough. Jiraiya demonstrated the technique's 3 stages: rotation, power, and containment, using methods that had proven effective with the 4th Hokage years earlier. But it quickly became apparent that Naruto's altered chakra system made conventional training impossible. "The sphere won't hold together," Naruto reported after his 5th attempt. "Every time I try to maintain the rotation, my chakra wants to digest it, like it's trying to eat the technique from the inside." "Show me," Jiraiya instructed, activating his own considerable spiritual senses to observe the process. What he witnessed defied every principle of chakra manipulation he understood. Instead of the controlled rotation of chakra that formed the Rasengan's core, Naruto's energy moved in patterns that seemed designed to unmake rather than create. The sphere formed briefly, then collapsed as his spiritual force began consuming the very concept of maintained rotation. "It's not just failing," Jiraiya realized with growing horror. "You're accidentally negating the fundamental principles that make the technique possible." "Is that bad?" Naruto asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. "Kid, you're not just learning jutsu wrong, you're making it impossible for anyone near you to learn them correctly. Look around." Naruto followed his gaze to the practice area they'd been using. The ground itself bore the scars of their training session, but not in the usual sense of torn earth and scorch marks. Instead, perfectly circular zones of absolute stillness marked where Naruto's failed techniques had touched reality. In those zones, nothing moved. Not wind, not insects, not even dust particles. They had become places where the concept of change itself had been negated. "This is getting worse," Jiraiya muttered, making notes in a small journal. "Much worse." Their training was interrupted by the arrival of Gamabunta. the great toad boss appearing in a massive summoning cloud that immediately began to dissipate under the influence of Naruto's spiritual pressure. "Jirya boy," the enormous amphibian rumbled, "we need to talk." But as Gamabunta's gaze fell on Naruto, the ancient summon's expression shifted from casual authority to something approaching primordial terror. "That thing," Gamabunta said, his voice carrying the weight of eons, "reminds me of the time before the Sage of Six Paths. The time when things existed that shouldn't have been allowed to exist." "What do you mean?" Jirya asked, though he suspected he wouldn't like the answer. "Before the sage brought order to the world, there were entities that fed on the very concept of existence. Soul devourers, we called them, beings that could unmake reality by simply being present in it." The great toad's eyes never left Naruto. "I thought they were all destroyed when the sage established the current chakra system." "Apparently not all of them," Jirya replied grimly. "This one's different though," Gamabunta continued, his massive form shifting uneasily. "It's not a pure soul devourer, it's something hybrid. Part human, part void, caught between existence and negation. Is that better or worse than the original entities?" Gamabunta was quiet for a long moment before answering. "Worse, much worse. The original soul devourers were alien to our reality. They could be fought, contained, even reasoned with on rare occasions. But this one," he gestured toward Naruto with one massive webbed hand. "This one remembers being human. It has human emotions, human desires, human bonds, and that makes it infinitely more dangerous. Why? Because it's going to fight against its nature for as long as possible, building up pressure like water behind a dam. And when it finally breaks," Gamabunta shuddered, an action that created small earthquakes in the surrounding area. "When it finally stops trying to be human and accepts what it's becoming, the resulting explosion of void energy will unmake everything within a radius we can't even calculate." As if summoned by their discussion, Naruto approached the great toad with his usual directness, apparently oblivious to the existential crisis his presence was creating. "Hey there, big guy," he called out cheerfully. "I'm Naruto. Jiraiya's been trying to teach me summoning, but it's not working very well." Gamabunta's reaction was immediate and visceral. The ancient toad, who had face-tailed beasts and legendary ninja without flinching, began backing away from a 12-year-old boy. "I can't," Gamabunta's voice was barely a whisper. "I can't maintain the summoning. My connection to this realm is being severed just by proximity too." The great toad vanished in a cloud of smoke, the summoning contract forcibly cancelled by whatever spiritual force Naruto unconsciously projected. "Did I do something wrong?" Naruto asked, his face falling at yet another rejection. Jiraiya looked at his student, if that term even applied anymore, and made the hardest decision of his long career. "Naruto," he said gently, "I think it's time we talked about what you're going to become and what that means for everyone around you." The conversation that followed would haunt both of them for the remainder of their lives. Because for the first time since his transformation began, Naruto was forced to confront the possibility that his greatest fear wasn't losing his humanity. It was keeping just enough of it to understand what he was destroying. The Chunin exam finals arrived with all the pageantry that Konoha could muster. But beneath the celebrations and diplomatic ceremonies lay an undercurrent of tension that had nothing to do with international politics. In the competitor staging area beneath the arena, the remaining finalists prepared for their matches with varying degrees of confidence and apprehension. But one corner of the space had been subtly cordoned off, marked by the unconscious decisions of every other participant to maintain distance from Naruto Uzumaki. "You nervous?" Shikamaru asked from as close as he dared approach, his strategic mind having calculated that roughly 10 meters was the minimum safe distance for extended conversation. "Always," Naruto replied honestly. "But not about the fighting." "Then what?" Naruto looked up at the genius of his class with eyes that seemed far too old for his face. "I'm nervous about staying human long enough to finish the match." The admission sent chills through everyone within earshot. They had all witnessed what had happened during the preliminaries, seen Kiba reduced from elite genin to baseline human through casual negation of his bloodline abilities. The idea that Naruto was struggling to maintain his humanity while fighting was deeply unsettling. "Finalists," announced a Chunin proctor, "please report to the arena floor for the opening ceremonies." The procession that emerged from the staging area was unlike any in the history of the Chunin exams. 8 genin walked onto the packed arena floor, but only 7 of them cast normal shadows. Naruto's shadow seemed to exist independently, moving in patterns that didn't quite match his physical movements and occasionally stretching far beyond what the sun's angle should have allowed. In the VIP section, the third Hokage sat beside the fourth Kazekage, both leaders maintaining diplomatic smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. But Hiruzen's enhanced senses detected something wrong with his fellow Kage. The man's spiritual signature was familiar in ways that sent ice through his veins. Orochimaru, he realized with dawning horror, but kept his voice too low for their diplomatic escort to hear. The snake Sannin, wearing the Kazekige's face like a mask, smiled pleasantly. "Sench," he acknowledged quietly. "Thank you for hosting such an educational event. What do you want?" Hiruzen asked, his hand moving subtly toward the concealed weapons beneath his formal robes. "To observe," Orochimaru replied simply. "Your young Uzumaki has become something fascinating, and I'm curious to see how far his transformation has progressed." Before Hiruzen could respond, the first match was announced. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. The crowd's reaction was immediate and telling. Those with enhanced senses or spiritual sensitivity began showing signs of distress before Naruto had even moved to the center of the arena. In the competitor section, several participants were quietly evacuated as proximity to the battleground triggered panic attacks and sensory overload. Neji descended to the arena floor with the confident grace of a prodigy, but his Byakugan remained conspicuously inactive. The humiliation he'd suffered during their previous encounter had taught him that some things were better left unobserved. "I won't underestimate you again," he announced formally. "But talent cannot overcome destiny, and your destiny is to fail." "Destiny?" Naruto's voice carried harmonics that made the arena's ancient stones vibrate sympathetically. "I stopped believing in destiny the day I realized I was becoming something that shouldn't exist." "Begin," called the referee, though his voice carried the reluctance of someone starting a process he suspected would end badly. Neji launched immediately into the 8 trigrams 64 palms, his hands moving in precise patterns designed to shut down an opponent's chakra system through targeted strikes. It was a technique that had never failed against human opponents, but Naruto wasn't entirely human anymore. The gentle fist strikes connected with perfect accuracy, each impact precisely placed to disrupt specific chakra points. Under normal circumstances, Naruto should have been completely incapacitated within seconds. Instead, he stood perfectly still and allowed every strike to land, his expression one of mild curiosity. "Interesting," he observed conversationally as Neji completed the full 64 palm sequence. "Your technique is trying to disrupt chakra pathways that only sort of exist. It's like trying to stop a river by hitting the spaces between water drops." Neji staggered backward, his confidence shattered by the complete failure of his clan's ultimate technique. "Impossible. The 8 trigrams palms cannot fail against human chakra systems." "That's the problem," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. "I don't have a human chakra system anymore. I have something that occasionally remembers what chakra used to feel like." To demonstrate his point, Naruto channeled his altered spiritual energy into his skin, manifesting the defensive technique he'd unconsciously developed. Where normal ninja might have used chakra to harden their flesh, Naruto's body simply rejected the concept of being damaged. It wasn't invulnerability in any conventional sense. It was existential denial of harm, as if reality itself was unwilling to acknowledge that Naruto could be injured. "This violates everything I know about chakra theory," Neji whispered, activating his Byakugan despite the risk to his sanity. The reaction was immediate and violent. Neji's enhanced vision showed him the spiritual truth of what Naruto had become, and his mind simply couldn't process the input. He collapsed to his knees, blood trickling from his nose as his Dojutsu overloaded from trying to perceive something that shouldn't exist. "You're not," Neji gasped, pressing his hands to his temples. "You're not there. I can see your body, but where your chakra network should be, there's just nothing, empty space shaped like a person." "Yeah," Naruto agreed sadly. "That's what I am now, empty space that remembers being human." Instead of pressing his advantage, Naruto knelt beside his opponent with genuine concern. "Are you okay? I know it hurts to look at me with enhanced sight." The simple act of compassion, coming from something that had just been described as empty space shaped like a person, created a moment of cognitive dissonance that rippled through the entire arena. Here was an entity that violated the fundamental laws of existence, showing genuine care for someone who had just tried to defeat him. "Why?" Neji asked weakly. "Why do you still act human when you're clearly something else?" Naruto was quiet for a moment before answering, Because the human parts are all I have left. If I lose those, I become something that only knows how to consume and destroy. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki, the referee announced, though his declaration lacked any enthusiasm. As medics rushed to tend to Neji's spiritual exhaustion, the arena fell into an unsettling silence. The crowd had witnessed something that challenged their understanding of what ninja techniques could accomplish. But more than that, they had seen a demonstration of power tempered by mercy. In the VIP section, Orochimaru leaned forward with obvious fascination. "Magnificent," he murmured. "He's maintaining human emotions and moral constraints even as his fundamental nature becomes increasingly antithetical to life itself." "What does that mean?" Hiruzen asked, though he dreaded the answer. "It means," the Snake Sannin replied, "that when he finally loses those constraints, and he will, the resulting explosion will be unlike anything the world has ever seen." Before Hiruzen could respond to this apocalyptic prediction, the arena was suddenly filled with the sound of wind and falling feathers. The long-planned invasion of Konoha had begun, with sound and sand ninja dropping from the sky in coordinated assault formations. But as the enemy forces struck the arena's protective barriers, something unprecedented occurred. The invasion jutsu, massive techniques powered by months of preparation and dozens of participants, simply stopped. Not countered or blocked, but negated entirely, as if the very concept of large-scale spiritual techniques had been rejected by reality itself. At the center of the arena, Naruto stood with his eyes closed, and his spiritual pressure manifesting at levels that made the air itself seem thick and oppressive. The bone-white fox mask was spreading across his face again, but this time it covered more than half his features. "I'm sorry," he said, though his voice now carried the dual harmonics that human vocal cords couldn't produce. "But I'm really, really hungry." What followed wasn't a battle in any conventional sense. It was a systematic negation of everything that made the invasion possible. Sound techniques failed as the spiritual connections between performer and jutsu were severed. Sand manipulation stopped working as the chakra-enhanced minerals reverted to ordinary earth. Even the massive summon creatures brought by the enemy forces began to destabilize as their contracts with the human realm were dissolved. In less than 10 minutes, one of the most carefully planned military operations in recent history had been reduced to a confused retreat by the unconscious defense mechanisms of a 12-year-old boy who was trying desperately not to lose his humanity while saving his village. As the dust settled and the immediate threat passed, Hiruzen surveyed the aftermath with mixed emotions. Konoha was safe, the invasion had failed, and Naruto had proven himself capable of defending those he cared about. But looking at his surrogate grandson, now more mask than human face, the third Hokage wondered whether they had saved the village or merely delayed its destruction by something far worse than any conventional enemy. The question that haunted his thoughts wasn't whether Naruto would eventually lose his humanity entirely. It was what would happen to everyone around him when he did. The aftermath of the failed invasion left Konoha in a state of stunned recovery, but the most disturbing casualty wasn't counted among the wounded or dead. In the span of 10 minutes, Naruto had demonstrated power that challenged the fundamental assumptions about what was possible within their reality, and the cost of that demonstration was written across his face. The bone-white fox mask now covered 3/4 of his features, leaving only his left eye and a portion of his mouth visible. Where the mask had spread, his skin felt cold to the touch, and his remaining blue eye seemed to reflect depths that had no bottom. "We need to leave the village," Jiraiya announced during the emergency council meeting convened in the ruins of the Hokage Tower. Immediately, Hiruzen looked up from casualty reports with exhaustion etched into every line of his weathered face. The invasion had been repelled, but at costs that went beyond simple infrastructure damage. "Explain. What Naruto did today, negating that entire invasion force, it wasn't a conscious technique. It was an involuntary defense mechanism." Jiraiya's usual jovial demeanor was replaced by grim determination. "His transformation is accelerating, and staying in the village puts everyone at risk." "Risk of what?" demanded Himura Mitokado, one of the village elders. "Complete spiritual dissolution," Jiraiya replied bluntly. "I've been researching ancient texts, consulting with the Toads, even reviewing classified reports from before the first Hokage's era. What Naruto is becoming. It's something that predates the current chakra system, something that the Sage of Six Paths was specifically designed to contain." Danzo Shimura leaned forward from his position in the shadows. "Are you suggesting we eliminate the threat while it's still manageable?" The temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees in an instant, frost forming on the conference table despite the warm afternoon outside. Every person present felt their chakra reserves drain slightly, pulled toward something hungry and patient and utterly inhuman. "Naruto," Hiruzen said gently, "we didn't sense you approaching." The boy, if that term still applied, materialized from the shadows near the doorway, his movements carrying the fluid grace of something that existed partially outside normal spacetime. The mask covering his face made expression difficult to read, but his remaining visible eye burned with very human anger. "You're talking about killing me," he observed, his voice carrying harmonics that made the windows vibrate. "I can hear it in your thoughts, feel it in your intentions." "We're discussing options," Hiruzen corrected carefully. "Nothing has been decided." "Everything's been decided," Naruto replied, though his anger was giving way to something far more dangerous: resignation. "I can feel what I'm becoming. Every day it gets harder to remember why I should care about staying human, why I should fight against something that feels so." "So what?" Jiraiya asked, though he suspected he wouldn't like the answer. "So right," Naruto finished quietly. "The hunger isn't painful anymore, it's just natural, like breathing, but for things that don't need to breathe." The admission sent chills through everyone present because it was delivered with the matter-of-fact tone of someone describing inevitable progression rather than fighting against corruption. "That's why we need to leave," Jiraiya said firmly. "Find Tsunade, get her back to the village to take over as 5th Hokage, and maybe, just maybe, find someone with enough medical knowledge to understand what's happening to you." "You think she can fix me?" Naruto asked, and for a moment his voice carried the desperate hope of a child who still believed in happy endings. "I think," Jiraiya replied carefully, "that she's the only person alive who might understand what you're becoming well enough to help you control it." They left Konoha at dawn, slipping out through the village's emergency evacuation routes to avoid the crowds of civilians who were still recovering from the invasion's aftermath. But even their departure created disturbances that would be discussed in worried whispers for weeks to come. The gate guards reported that their detection seals malfunctioned completely as Naruto passed, displaying error codes that their technical manuals claimed were impossible. A pack of merchant dogs refused to enter the village for 3 days, their handlers reporting that the animals kept whimpering and trying to retreat from something they couldn't identify. Most disturbing were the reports from the Hyuga clan's border patrol. Multiple Byakugan users described seeing a hole in the world shaped like a person, moving away from the village at a steady walking pace, accompanied by normal human signatures that seemed to be fading around the edges. "Are we contaminating you?" Naruto asked during their first rest stop, his voice carrying genuine concern despite its increasingly inhuman harmonics. Jiraiya considered lying but decided that honesty was more important than comfort. "Something like that. Your spiritual pressure is influencing our chakra systems. Not damaging them exactly, but changing them in subtle ways." "Changing them how?" "We're developing dead zones," Jiraiya admitted. "Small areas in our chakra networks where energy doesn't flow normally. It's like," he struggled for an analogy, "like spiritual frostbite. The affected areas are still part of us, but they don't respond to normal chakra manipulation anymore." "I'm sorry," Naruto said, and his remaining humanity was audible in the words. "I don't know how to not do it." "Kid," Jiraiya replied gently, "you don't need to apologize for what you are. You need to learn to control what you're becoming." Their journey toward the town where Tsunade was reportedly gambling and drinking away her sorrows took them through increasingly remote areas, partly by necessity and partly by Jiraiya's design. The Toad Sage had learned to recognize the signs of Naruto's unconscious influence on their environment, and he wanted to minimize civilian exposure. But isolation brought its own challenges. Without the constant sensory input of civilization, Naruto's attention turned inward, and what he found there was disturbing even by his new standards. "Jiraiya," he said during their third night on the road, "I think the Ninetales is dying." The admission was delivered with the same casual tone Naruto might have used to comment on the weather, which made it infinitely more unsettling. "What do you mean dying?" Jiraiya asked, though his research into ancient texts had prepared him for this possibility. "I can barely sense it anymore. Sometimes I try to reach for its chakra during training and there's just less of it than there used to be." Naruto stared at his hands in the flickering campfire light. "I think I'm digesting it, accidentally." The implications were staggering. The Ninetales was one of the fundamental forces of nature, a concentration of pure chakra that had existed since the dawn of the ninja world. If Naruto's condition was capable of dissolving even a tailed beast. "How much of it is left?" Jiraiya asked carefully. "Maybe half, it's hard to tell because what's left doesn't feel like the same fox that was sealed into me." Naruto's visible eye reflected the firelight like a mirror. It feels empty, like it's forgetting what it used to be. And how does that make you feel? Naruto considered the question seriously before answering. Hungry, he admitted. Really, really hungry. Like the more of it I absorb, the more I need to absorb. But also, he paused, struggling for words. Also like I'm losing something important. The fox was angry and hateful, but it was alive in a way that I'm not anymore. When it's gone completely, you'll be something that was never meant to exist in our reality, Jiraiya finished grimly. A void wearing the shape of a human being. The conversation was interrupted by approaching footsteps, multiple people moving through the forest with the careful stealth of experienced ninja. But their attempts at concealment were undermined by the way small animals fled before them, and the temperature dropped wherever they stepped. Kabuto, Jiraiya identified, his enhanced senses recognizing the distinctive chakra signature of Orochimaru's primary spy. And he's not alone. The silver-haired medic ninja emerged from the tree line with his hands raised in a gesture of peaceful intentions, though his face was pale with obvious strain. Behind him came two other figures. Sound Ninja, whose loyalty to Orochimaru was absolute, but whose courage was being tested by proximity to whatever Naruto had become. Jiraiya-san, Kabuto greeted formally, though his attention was fixed on Naruto with scientific fascination mixed with instinctive terror. We need to talk. About the medical impossibility sitting beside your campfire, Kabuto replied bluntly. I can sense his chakra signature from 3 kilometers away, and it's giving every medic ninja in the area severe headaches. What do you want? Naruto asked, rising to his feet with fluid grace that made space itself seem to ripple around him. Kabuto's reaction was immediate and visceral. The accomplished spy and medic, who had infiltrated villages and treated battlefield injuries without flinching, staggered backward as if struck by a physical blow. Fascinating, he gasped, pressing one hand to his chest while the other moved to his medical pouch. Absolutely fascinating. Your chakra signature isn't just unusual, it's actively interfering with my medical techniques on a theoretical level. Interfering how? Jiraiya demanded. Medical ninjutsu works by channeling life energy to accelerate natural healing processes, Kabuto explained, though his voice was strained from the effort of maintaining professional composure. But being near him is like trying to heal someone while standing in a spiritual vacuum. The life energy gets pulled away before it can complete its function. To demonstrate his point, Kabuto attempted a simple diagnostic jutsu on himself, channeling green healing chakra into his palm. The technique formed normally at first, but within seconds it began destabilizing as Naruto's unconscious hunger drew away the vital energy that made medical jutsu possible. I can feel it happening, Kabuto continued, his scientific curiosity overriding his survival instincts. My chakra remembers how to perform medical techniques, but the spiritual connections that make those techniques effective are being systematically severed. Just like what happened to Kiba's enhanced senses, Naruto realized with growing horror. I'm not just negating individual abilities, I'm destroying the fundamental bonds that make specialized techniques possible. Indeed, came a new voice from the forest depths, carrying the silky menace that only Orochimaru could project. And that makes you the most interesting specimen I've encountered in decades. The snake Sannin emerged from concealment like a predator materializing from shadow, his golden eyes fixed on Naruto with undisguised hunger. But unlike his subordinates, Orochimaru showed no signs of physical distress from proximity to the boy's altered spiritual pressure. You're not affected, Jiraiya observed, his hand moving toward his weapons. Oh, but I am, Orochimaru corrected with obvious delight. I can feel my techniques being examined by whatever he's becoming. It's quite educational, actually. Like having my jutsu library read by something that understands them better than I do. He took a step closer to Naruto, ignoring Jiraiya's warning growl. Tell me, young one, what do you see when you look at my techniques? Naruto studied the Sannin with his remaining blue eye, and when he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that made the forest itself seem to hold its breath. I see someone who's afraid of dying, he said quietly. Someone who's built their entire identity around avoiding the natural end of things. Your techniques aren't about power, they're about refusing to let go. And I could take that fear away, Naruto continued, his tone carrying the patient certainty of inevitable truth. I could make you not afraid of dying by making you forget what living feels like. Orochimaru's smile widened with genuine appreciation. Magnificent. You're not just negating techniques, you're offering existential alternatives to the human condition itself. Is that what I'm doing? Naruto asked, and for a moment his voice carried the uncertainty of a child seeking understanding. You're becoming something that exists outside the normal relationship between life and death, Orochimaru explained with the enthusiasm of a teacher discussing his favorite subject. Neither alive nor dead, but something that transcends both states by consuming the very concepts that make them meaningful. The philosophical discussion was interrupted by Kabuto's sudden collapse, his medical training finally overwhelmed by prolonged exposure to Naruto's spiritual influence. As he hit the ground, green healing chakra began pouring from his body in an uncontrolled discharge, not his own technique, but his chakra system's desperate attempt to repair damage it couldn't understand. Interesting, Orochimaru mused, kneeling beside his subordinate. His medical techniques are trying to heal damage that exists on a spiritual rather than physical level, but they can't repair something that's been unmade. Rather than broken, he looked up at Naruto with eyes that reflected far too much knowledge. You're not just dangerous, young one, your evolution in the wrong direction, the next step in a developmental path that leads away from existence rather than toward greater complexity. What does that mean? Jiraiya demanded. It means, Orochimaru replied, rising to his full height with serpentine grace, that when Naruto-kun finally stops trying to be human, he won't just destroy things. He'll make them cease to have ever existed at all. As if to punctuate his words, the campfire suddenly gutted out, its flames not blown away by wind but simply negated, as if the concept of combustion had been temporarily suspended in their immediate area. In the darkness that followed, Naruto's bone-white mask seemed to glow with its own internal light, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of terrible knowledge. "I know," he whispered, "and I'm running out of reasons to fight it." The town where Tsunade had been reportedly gambling away her legendary medical knowledge was a study in barely contained desperation, but it took on a surreal quality as soon as Team Jiraiya entered its limits. The very air seemed thicker, as if reality itself was having trouble maintaining consistency in Naruto's presence. "Third building on the left," Jiraiya identified, consulting his network of informants' reports. "She's been holed up there for 6 weeks, losing more money than most people see in a lifetime." But as they approached the gambling hall, the sounds of raucous celebration and heated competition began to fade. Card games paused mid-deal as players suddenly felt nauseated without understanding why. Dice games ended abruptly as the small cubes refused to roll properly, instead skittering across tables in patterns that defied basic physics. "The building's rejecting us," Naruto observed matter-of-factly, noting how the wooden structure seemed to creak and settle despite the absence of wind or seismic activity. "It's rejecting you," Jiraiya corrected grimly. "Everything else is just collateral damage." They found Tsunade Senju at a corner table, a bottle of sake and a pile of losing poker chips her only companions. The legendary medic and granddaughter of the first Hokage looked up as they approached, her expression shifting from mild annoyance to professional interest to growing alarm. "Jiraiya," she greeted her former teammate, though her attention was fixed on Naruto with the intensity of a doctor confronting an impossible case. "What the hell have you brought me?" "A patient," Jiraiya replied simply. "One who needs the best medical ninja in the world." "I'm retired," Tsunade said, but her voice lacked conviction. Her enhanced senses were providing her with information that challenged every principle of medical ninjutsu she'd spent decades mastering. "Please," Naruto said quietly, and the simple word carried harmonics that made every piece of glassware in the gambling hall develop hairline fractures. "I don't want to become what I'm becoming." Tsunade studied him for a long moment, her medical training warring with survival instincts that screamed warnings her conscious mind couldn't process. Finally, professional curiosity won out over caution. "Give me your hand," she instructed. Naruto extended his right hand, and Tsunade gently grasped his wrist to check his pulse. The reaction was immediate and disturbing. Where her medical chakra came into contact with Naruto's spiritual system, both forms of energy began destabilizing. Tsunade's healing techniques, honed through decades of practice and powered by her legendary chakra control, simply stopped working, not blocked or countered, but negated on a fundamental level, as if the universe had decided that medical ninjutsu was no longer a valid concept in their immediate vicinity. "This is impossible," she breathed, but didn't let go of his wrist. "Your chakra isn't just unusual, it's actively antithetical to the principles that make healing possible." "Can you fix it?" Naruto asked, hope audible in his increasingly inhuman voice. Tsunade was quiet for a long moment. her diagnostic abilities providing information that challenged everything she understood about human physiology and spiritual anatomy. "I can't fix what's wrong with you," she said finally, "because what's wrong with you isn't damage that can be healed. It's fundamental alteration of what you are on the most basic level." "Explain," Jiraiya requested. "Medical ninjutsu works by channeling life energy to accelerate natural healing processes." Tsunade began, her voice carrying the precision of someone explaining complex concepts. "But he doesn't have life energy anymore, not in any recognizable form." She gestured toward Naruto without releasing his wrist. "Where there should be a normal human chakra system, there's something else. Something that remembers being human but is becoming," she struggled for words, "something that exists in the spaces between concepts." "The spaces between concepts," Jiraiya repeated. "Life and death, existence and void. Being and not being." Tsunade's eyes never left Naruto's face. "He's becoming something that exists in the gaps that most people never think about." "Is it reversible?" Naruto asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. "I don't know," Tsunade replied honestly. "I've never seen anything like this, and my medical techniques can't even properly diagnose the extent of the change because they keep getting negated before they can complete their analysis." She finally released his wrist, but continued to study him with the intensity of someone confronting a puzzle that might redefine their understanding of reality. "What I can tell you," she continued, "is that whatever process created this condition is still active. You're not becoming something inhuman, you're becoming something that exists outside the normal relationship between human and inhuman. Which means that conventional categories don't apply to you anymore. You're not alive or dead, not human or monster, not chakra user or civilian." Tsunade's voice carried the weight of terrible knowledge. "You're becoming something that transcends those distinctions by consuming the very concepts that make them meaningful." The philosophical discussion was interrupted by a commotion from the gambling hall's main floor. Several patrons had collapsed, their card games forgotten as they suffered from what appeared to be spiritual vertigo. Others were fleeing the building entirely, driven by instincts they couldn't rationally explain. "We're causing panic," Naruto observed sadly. "Just by being here." "Not we," Tsunade corrected grimly. Your presence is fundamentally disrupting the spiritual stability of this entire area." As if to prove her point, the sake bottle on their table began developing frost patterns despite the warm afternoon temperature, and the poker chips scattered across the surface started showing signs of premature aging. "We need to leave," Jiraiya announced, "before this becomes a larger incident." "Agreed," Tsunade said, rising from her chair with professional decision. "But not because I'm afraid of causing a scene." She looked directly at Naruto with eyes that had seen too much death and suffering to be intimidated by one more impossible case. "Because if you're going to learn to control what you're becoming, you need training from someone who understands the boundaries between life and death." "You'll help me?" Naruto asked, and for a moment his voice carried the desperate hope of a child who still believed in miraculous cures. "I'll try," Tsunade replied carefully. "But understand, this isn't about healing you. This is about teaching you to be human despite becoming something that exists outside humanity." As they prepared to leave the gambling hall, none of them noticed the way reality itself seemed slightly more fragile in their wake. Playing cards showed images that didn't match their original suits. Dice refused to show certain numbers, and several mirrors reflected scenes that didn't correspond to what stood before them. The question that haunted their departure wasn't whether Tsunade could help Naruto control his transformation. It was whether any of them would still recognize the concepts of control or transformation by the time his evolution was complete. The remote mountain cabin where Tsunade established her makeshift laboratory felt like the last outpost of normal reality, though even that sanctuary was showing signs of stress under the weight of Naruto's presence. Ancient wooden beams developed frost patterns in midsummer, and the natural hot springs that had drawn them to the location began behaving erratically, sometimes scalding, sometimes ice cold, always responding to emotions that Naruto wasn't consciously projecting. "First lesson," Tsunade announced on their third day of isolation, "is understanding what you've become at the most fundamental level." She had converted the cabin's largest room into a combination medical facility and research laboratory, complete with diagnostic equipment that had been borrowed, bought, or in some cases liberated from various medical installations. But none of it worked properly in Naruto's vicinity. "Every piece of medical equipment I've ever used relies on the same basic principle," she explained, gesturing toward the array of malfunctioning devices. They detect and manipulate life energy to provide diagnostic information or therapeutic effects. But they don't work on me, Naruto observed, his voice carrying the resigned acceptance of someone who had grown accustomed to being an exception to natural law. They don't work near you, Tsunade corrected, which is a crucial distinction. Your condition isn't just affecting you personally, it's creating a field of influence that negates the spiritual principles that make advanced medical techniques possible. She activated a basic diagnostic jutsu, channeling green healing chakra into her palm to demonstrate. At a distance of 10 meters, the technique functioned normally. At 5 meters, it began to flicker and destabilize. At 2 meters, it collapsed entirely. It's like trying to maintain a flame underwater, she continued, her voice carrying professional fascination mixed with existential concern. The environment itself has become hostile to the fundamental concepts that make healing possible. So you can't help me, Naruto said, though his tone suggested this was confirmation rather than discovery. I didn't say that. Tsunade moved closer, accepting the risk of spiritual contamination for the sake of proper examination. I said conventional medical techniques don't work. But you're not a conventional patient. She began a physical examination that relied on observation rather than chakra-enhanced diagnostics, her legendary medical knowledge compensating for the failure of her usual tools. Your body temperature is approximately 15 degrees below normal, she reported, making notes in a journal that had to be replaced daily as the pages developed age spots and brittleness from proximity to Naruto's influence. Your pulse is steady but slow, roughly half the rate I'd expect for someone your age. Is that bad? It's consistent with someone whose metabolism has been fundamentally altered, she replied clinically. Your body is still functioning, but it's operating on principles that don't match normal human physiology. The examination continued for hours, revealing details that challenged medical understanding. Naruto's reflexes were normal but delayed, as if his nervous system was processing information through additional filters. His breathing was steady but shallow, suggesting that oxygen exchange was no longer his body's primary concern. Most disturbing were the results of simple coordination tests. When asked to touch his nose with his eyes closed, Naruto's hand moved in a perfectly straight line, not the slightly curved path that normal humans followed due to unconscious adjustments and spatial awareness limitations. You're not navigating through space the same way other people do, Tsunade realized with growing unease. Your body knows exactly where it is and where it's going with a precision that shouldn't be possible for normal human perception. Because I'm not moving through normal space anymore, Naruto replied matter-of-factly. I can feel the spaces between things, the gaps where nothing exists, and I can move through those gaps instead of around solid objects. Show me, Naruto nodded and took a step forward. But instead of normal locomotion, he seemed to shift slightly sideways into a direction that didn't have a name, reappearing 3 meters away without crossing the intervening distance. That wasn't body flicker, Jiraiya observed from his position near the cabin's door. That was something else entirely. It's like... Naruto struggled for words to describe something that shouldn't have been possible to experience. It's like finding shortcuts through reality, paths that exist in the places where normal space gets confused about what should be there. Tsunade made more notes, her medical training warring with the growing realization that she was documenting something that challenged the fundamental structure of their reality. The Rasengan training, she said suddenly. Jiraiya mentioned that conventional chakra control exercises weren't working. Show me what happens when you try. Naruto held out his palm and began channeling chakra into the familiar pattern of rotation that formed the basis of his father's signature technique. But instead of the controlled sphere of spinning energy that should have resulted, something far more disturbing manifested. The chakra he channeled didn't rotate in any conventional sense. It created a vortex that pulled energy from everything around it rather than maintaining its own momentum. The resulting effect looked like a sphere of absolute darkness, not the absence of light but something that actively consumed illumination. It's not a Rasengan, Tsunade observed with scientific fascination. It's an anti-Rasengan. Instead of creating and maintaining rotational energy, you're creating a void that destroys the very concept of rotation. I can't make it stop, Naruto admitted, his voice carrying growing panic. Every time I try to dispel it, it gets stronger. Tsunade watched in horrified fascination as the anti-technique began affecting their immediate environment. The wooden table beneath Naruto's hand started developing gaps, not holes, but spaces where the wood simply ceased to exist. The effect was spreading slowly but steadily, converting solid matter into nothing through proximity to his altered chakra. "Cut off the chakra flow," she instructed urgently. "Don't try to dispel the technique, just stop feeding it energy." Naruto nodded and attempted to cease his chakra channeling, but the void sphere continued to exist and grow. If anything, cutting off his conscious input seemed to make it more aggressive in seeking alternative sources of energy. "It's feeding on the ambient spiritual energy in the area," Jiraiya realized with growing alarm. "The technique has become self-sustaining." "Not self-sustaining," Tsunade corrected grimly. "Parasitic, it's consuming everything around it to maintain its existence." The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The void sphere had grown to the size of a basketball and was showing no signs of stopping. The wooden cabin was developing structural damage as support beams began developing the same inexplicable gaps that had started with the table. "Everyone out," Tsunade ordered. "Now." They evacuated the cabin just as the structure reached critical instability. From a safe distance, they watched as Naruto's failed technique consumed the entire building, not through fire or explosion, but through systematic negation of the material's right to exist. "How long will it continue?" Jiraiya asked, noting that the effect showed no signs of slowing. "Until there's nothing left to consume," Tsunade replied grimly. "Or until it destabilizes from lack of suitable energy sources." They waited for 3 hours before the void sphere finally collapsed, leaving behind a perfectly circular area of absolute emptiness where the cabin had stood. Not a crater or debris field, just nothing, as if that space had been carefully excised from reality. "This is what I am," Naruto said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of terrible self-awareness. "This is what I do to everything around me eventually." "Not everything," Tsunade corrected, though her voice lacked conviction. "Not yet, but eventually." She was quiet for a long moment before answering. "Eventually, yes. Unless we can find a way to teach you control that goes beyond conventional chakra manipulation." "Is that possible?" "I don't know," she admitted honestly. "But I know that giving up isn't an option. Too many people are counting on us to find an answer." As they made camp in the ruins of what had been their sanctuary, none of them spoke about the obvious implications of what they'd witnessed. Naruto's failed technique had demonstrated that his condition was not just dangerous to people. It was actively hostile to the continued existence of physical reality itself. The question that haunted their thoughts wasn't whether he could learn control. It was whether the world would survive long enough for him to master it. And in the perfect circle of nothingness that had once been their cabin, something that existed outside normal concepts of space and time stirred with patient hunger, waiting for its next opportunity to feed. The void was learning to sustain itself, and its lessons were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Soon, it wouldn't need Naruto's conscious participation to continue growing. The funeral pyre for the third Hokage burned against the evening sky, its flames casting dancing shadows across the faces of thousands of mourners gathered in Konoha's cemetery. But even this most solemn of ceremonies was marred by the growing wrongness that surrounded Naruto like a spiritual cancer. The fire itself burned strangely in his presence, not the warm orange and red of normal combustion, but with cold blue flames that seemed to consume heat rather than produce it. Several mourners had quietly relocated as the temperature around Naruto's position dropped to uncomfortable levels, their breath visible in the unnatural chill. "He died protecting the village," Ebisu said quietly, his voice carrying across the assembled crowd. "He died protecting all of us." But Naruto barely heard the eulogy. His remaining blue eye was fixed on the flames consuming his grandfather figure's body, and with each passing moment, the bone-white fox mask covering his face seemed to spread further across his features. "Naruto," Kakashi whispered urgently, noting the way frost was beginning to form on nearby headstones. "You need to control your spiritual pressure." "I can't," Naruto replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made several mourners unconsciously back away. "He's gone, and I can feel the place where he used to be. It's like there's a hole in the world now." The description was more accurate than anyone present realized. Where Hiruzen's spiritual presence had once provided stability and warmth, there was now an absence that Naruto's altered perception could detect with painful clarity. And his subconscious response to that absence was making the situation infinitely worse. The Edo Tensei, Anko Mitarashi, reported to the cluster of Jonin standing near the ceremony's edge. During the battle with Orochimaru, something happened to the reanimation technique. The dead Hokages started destabilizing whenever they got too close to the Uzumaki boy. Destabilizing how? Might Guy asked, his usual exuberance replaced by uncharacteristic seriousness. Their physical forms started breaking down, not from damage but from simple proximity to whatever the kids become. Like the spiritual energy holding them together was being drained away. Asuma Sarutobi, grief-stricken by his father's death, looked up sharply at this information. Are you saying Naruto somehow interfered with the technique that killed the third? I'm saying, Anko replied carefully, that undead don't seem to be able to maintain cohesion around him, which raises some interesting questions about what exactly he's becoming. The conversation was interrupted by a disturbance near the center of the gathering. Several AHNBOO operatives were quietly escorting civilians away from Naruto's vicinity as the spiritual distortions around him intensified. Where normal grief might have manifested as tears or emotional outbursts, Naruto's sorrow was creating literal wounds in reality. Small tears in the fabric of spacetime were opening around him, revealing glimpses of something vast and empty and utterly hostile to existence. This can't continue, Koharu Udatane whispered to her fellow elder. The boy is becoming more dangerous to the village than any external threat. Agreed, Hamura replied grimly. But what do you propose we do? He saved us from the invasion, and his power seems to be beyond any conventional containment. Their whispered conversation was overheard by sharp ears, and the response was immediate and devastating. Every electronic device within a 100-meter radius suddenly failed. Not from electromagnetic interference, but as if the fundamental principles that made them function had been temporarily suspended. Radios went silent, electronic timers stopped, and even simple battery-powered equipment ceased to operate. I can hear you, Naruto said without turning around, his dual voice carrying across the cemetery with unnatural clarity. I can hear everyone's thoughts about what I am and what I might do. The mask covering his face had spread further, now encompassing everything except his left eye and a small portion of his mouth. Where the bone-white material had manifested, his expression was impossible to read, but his remaining visible features conveyed a mixture of grief and growing inhumanity. You think I'm dangerous, he continued, addressing the entire gathering without raising his voice. You think I'm going to hurt people, destroy the village, become something that needs to be stopped. Several mourners were now openly fleeing, their survival instincts overriding social propriety. But most remained frozen in place, paralyzed by proximity to something their minds couldn't properly categorize. You're right, Naruto concluded quietly. I am dangerous. I am going to hurt people. Not because I want to, but because it's what I am now. The admission sent chills through everyone present, because it was delivered with the calm acceptance of someone acknowledging inevitable facts rather than expressing threats or intentions. But not yet, he added, and for a moment his voice carried echoes of the boy they remembered. I'm still trying to be human, still fighting against what I'm becoming. The old man believed I could find a way to stay myself, and I owe it to him to keep trying. As if responding to his words, the spiritual distortions around him gradually subsided. The temperature returned to normal, the electronic equipment resumed functioning, and the small tears in reality sealed themselves with barely audible whispers. But everyone present understood that what they'd witnessed was a demonstration of restraint rather than weakness. Naruto wasn't becoming less dangerous. He was becoming more conscious of his danger and more determined to control it. The question that haunted the dispersing crowd wasn't whether he would eventually lose that control. It was what would happen to all of them when he did. The emergency council meeting, convened 3 hours after the funeral, was unlike any in Konoha's history. The chamber itself seemed to resist their presence, with ancient stone walls developing hairline cracks and the ceremonial flame that had burned continuously since the village's founding flickering erratically. Report, commanded Danzo Shimura, his authority filling the vacuum left by Hiruzen's death. The situation is deteriorating faster than our most pessimistic projections, reported Inohichi Yamanaka, head of the intelligence division. The Uzumaki boy's spiritual pressure is affecting an increasingly wide area, and the effects are becoming more pronounced. Define more pronounced, Hamura requested. Sensor-type ninja can detect his presence from over 5 kilometers away, Inohichi continued grimly. Animals are abandoning a 10-kilometer radius around wherever he's located. And 3 separate reports describe electronic equipment malfunctioning in his vicinity. Electronic equipment, Koharu looked puzzled. That's not typically associated with chakra disturbances. That's because this isn't a chakra disturbance in any conventional sense, came a new voice from the chamber's entrance. This is fundamental reality disturbance. They turned to see Tsunade entering the room, her legendary medical knowledge evident in every precise movement despite the obvious strain she was under. Behind her came Jiraiya, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by grim determination. "Tsunade," Danzo acknowledged formally. "Your medical assessment? The boy designated Naruto Uzumaki is no longer entirely human," she replied bluntly. "He's becoming something that exists outside the normal parameters of life, death, and spiritual energy." She moved to the chamber's center, ignoring the way the temperature dropped several degrees in her wake, a side effect of prolonged exposure to Naruto's influence. Medical ninjutsu relies on the manipulation of life energy to accelerate natural healing processes, she continued. But his condition negates the fundamental concepts that make those processes possible. He's not injured or corrupted, he's evolving into something antithetical to the principles that govern living beings. "Can it be reversed?" Danzo asked. "I don't know," Tsunade admitted. "But I know that attempting conventional containment or elimination would be catastrophic for everyone involved." "Explain." "Because he's not just becoming something inhuman, he's becoming something that makes humanity itself less stable in his vicinity," Jiraiya interjected. "His presence is gradually eroding the spiritual foundations that allow people to maintain their individual identities and abilities." To demonstrate his point, Jiraiya activated a basic jutsu, a simple flame technique that should have been effortless for a ninja of his caliber. But the fire that appeared in his palm flickered weakly, struggling to maintain coherence as if the spiritual principles that made fire jutsu possible had been compromised. "Prolonged exposure to his condition is affecting my chakra system," he continued. "Not damaging it, but changing it in ways that make conventional techniques less reliable. And I'm one of the more resistant individuals. Most people would be affected much more severely." "Are you suggesting he's contagious?" Koharu asked with obvious alarm. "In a sense, yes," Tsunade replied. "Not through any biological mechanism, but through simple proximity to something that exists outside normal spiritual parameters. Being around him gradually makes other people less anchored to conventional reality." The implications were staggering. They weren't dealing with a powerful but ultimately manageable Jinchuriki, they were confronting something whose very existence threatened the stability of everyone around him. "What do you recommend?" Danzo asked, though his tone suggested he was already formulating his own solutions. "Distance," Jiraiya replied immediately. "Keep him away from population centers, limit his contact with other people, and hope we can find some way to help him achieve stability before the condition progresses beyond all control." And if stability proves impossible, the question hung in the air like a death sentence, because everyone present understood its implications. If Naruto couldn't be helped, if his transformation continued to accelerate, then they were looking at a threat that made tailed beasts seem manageable by comparison. "Then we pray," Tsunade said quietly, "that he retains enough humanity to choose self-isolation over destruction." The meeting was interrupted by the arrival of an AHNBOO operative, his report urgent enough to override normal protocol. "Lords and ladies," he announced, "we have a situation at Training Ground 44. The Forest of Death is changing." "Changing how?" Danzo demanded. "The ecosystem is collapsing. Not from disease or environmental damage, but from absence. Large sections of the forest are becoming empty spaces where nothing exists. No trees, no animals, no soil, just void shaped like a forest." The report confirmed their worst fears. Naruto's brief passage through the training ground during the Chunin exams had left lasting damage that was continuing to spread. The void he unconsciously projected was becoming self-sustaining, growing larger and more aggressive in the absence of his direct influence. "Evacuate the area," Tsunade ordered. "Establish a perimeter at minimum safe distance and begin long-term monitoring." "What constitutes minimum safe distance?" the AHNBOO asked. "We don't know," she admitted grimly. "This is unprecedented territory." As the council meeting concluded and emergency protocols were implemented, none of the participants spoke about the obvious implications of what they were witnessing. They weren't just dealing with a dangerous individual. They were confronting the early stages of an existential threat that could potentially unmake their entire reality. And the most terrifying aspect wasn't Naruto's growing power. It was his desperate determination to remain human despite becoming something that negated the very concept of humanity. The abandoned monastery where Naruto had chosen to isolate himself stood like a monument to spiritual emptiness. its ancient stones bearing the weight of centuries, while slowly succumbing to the influence of something that should never have been allowed to exist. 3 weeks had passed since the funeral, and the changes were impossible to ignore. The building's walls had developed a translucent quality, as if they were slowly forgetting how to be solid. The meditation gardens that had once been renowned for their serenity now contained perfectly circular patches of nothingness where plants had simply ceased to exist. "How are you feeling?" Jiraiya asked during one of his weekly visits, maintaining a careful distance that had become necessary for both their safety. "Empty," Naruto replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made the monastery's ancient bells chime in sympathy. "Not sad or angry or scared, just empty, like there's nothing inside me except the hunger." The bone-white fox mask now covered all but a small portion of his face around his left eye, and that remaining human feature seemed to be fighting a losing battle against the spreading corruption. But worse than the physical changes was the growing sense that Naruto was becoming something that existed on the periphery of normal perception. "The hunger's getting stronger?" Jiraiya asked, though he could see the answer in the expanding dead zones that surrounded his former student. "Not stronger," Naruto corrected thoughtfully, "more focused. Before it was just this constant gnawing sensation that made me want to consume everything around me. Now it's selective." "Discriminating? What do you mean?" "I can sense the spiritual connections that hold reality together," Naruto explained matter-of-factly. "The bonds between people and their techniques, between summons and their contracts, between the living and their life force. And I can tell which ones would taste the best." The casual way he described evaluating human souls for consumption sent chills through Jiraiya's enhanced senses. This wasn't a boy struggling against corruption. This was something that had learned to appreciate the subtleties of existential predation. "And you're fighting against those impulses. Every moment of every day," Naruto confirmed, and for an instant his remaining visible eye reflected the desperate determination of someone clinging to the last fragments of their humanity. "But it's getting harder, not because the hunger is overwhelming, but because I'm starting to forget why I should resist it." "What do you mean?" "Human emotions, human connections, human dreams, they all feel distant now. Like memories from someone else's life." Naruto stared at his hands, which were beginning to develop the same translucent quality as the monastery walls. "I can remember caring about becoming Hokage, about protecting my friends, about proving myself to the village. But I can't remember why those things mattered." The admission was more terrifying than any display of power could have been. Naruto wasn't losing his humanity through corruption or evil influence. He was simply evolving beyond the point where human concerns held any meaning for him. "There's something else," he continued quietly. "The Nine Tails is almost gone now. I can barely sense it anymore, and what's left doesn't feel like the same entity that was sealed into me. Gone how? Digested, absorbed, converted into whatever I'm becoming." Naruto's voice carried the clinical detachment of someone describing a natural process, and every piece of it that gets processed makes me less human and more something else. Jiraiya made notes in his journal, though the pages were beginning to show signs of age despite being only days old. Prolonged exposure to Naruto's influence was affecting even inanimate objects now. "What happens when it's completely gone?" he asked, though he suspected he wouldn't like the answer. "I stop being Naruto Uzumaki," came the reply, delivered with matter-of-fact certainty. "What I become after that, I don't think there's a word for it in any human language." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of unexpected visitors. Sasuke and Sakura approached the monastery with obvious reluctance, their usual confidence undermined by the spiritual distortions that surrounded their former teammate. "We came to see how you're doing," Sakura announced, though her medical training was providing her with information that challenged her determination to maintain normal social interactions. "You shouldn't be here," Naruto replied, genuine concern audible in his increasingly inhuman voice. "Being around me is dangerous for both of you." "We're not afraid," Sasuke declared, activating his Sharingan to study Naruto's spiritual signature. The reaction was immediate and violent. He doubled over as his enhanced vision tried to process something that violated fundamental assumptions about reality. "Turn it off," Naruto instructed urgently. "Your Jujutsu can't handle what I've become. Looking too closely will damage more than just your eyes." Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan but remained bent over, dry heaving as his brain tried to process input that shouldn't have been possible to perceive. "What did you see?" Sakura asked, her medical instincts overriding her personal fears. "Nothing," Sasuke gasped. "Where Naruto should be, there's just nothing, a hole in the world shaped like a person." And around the edges of that hole, everything else is getting pulled in. That's what I am now, Naruto confirmed sadly. A void that remembers being human, and every day I remember less. Sakura attempted to approach closer, her medical training making her want to help despite the obvious dangers. But as she moved within 5 meters of Naruto's position, her carefully maintained chakra control began to destabilize. "I can't," she whispered, pressing her hands to her temples. "My medical techniques. They're not working properly. It's like trying to heal someone while standing in a spiritual vacuum." "Because healing requires the manipulation of life energy," Naruto explained patiently, "and I negate the fundamental concepts that make life energy meaningful. Just by existing near you, I'm making it harder for you to be the medic ninja you've trained to become." The demonstration had the desired effect. Both his former teammates began backing away, their survival instincts finally overriding their determination to maintain their bonds. "We'll find a way to help you," Sakura promised, though her voice carried the hollow ring of someone making commitments they weren't sure they could keep. "Don't," Naruto replied gently. "Don't waste your lives trying to fix something that might not be fixable. Live your lives, become the ninja you're meant to be, and remember me as I was rather than as I'm becoming." As his former teammates retreated, Naruto turned back to Jiraiya with an expression that was impossible to read behind the bone-white mask. "They won't be back," he observed matter-of-factly. "And neither will you eventually. I can feel it, the way being around me gradually makes people less themselves. You're all going to run out of reasons to visit someone who's not really a person anymore." "Naruto," Jiraiya began, but the words died in his throat because he couldn't honestly contradict the assessment. "It's okay," Naruto continued, his voice carrying the patient acceptance of inevitable truth. "I understand. And I want you to know, all of you, that whatever happens next, whatever I become, the human part of me appreciates everything you've tried to do." The farewell was delivered with such finality that Jiraiya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the spiritual cold that surrounded his former student. "What are you planning?" he asked carefully. "Nothing," Naruto replied honestly. "I'm just accepting that this is probably the last time we'll have a conversation where both participants are still capable of understanding what conversation means." As Jiraiya prepared to leave the monastery for what they both understood would be the final time, he looked back at the figure who had once been the most determined ninja he'd ever trained. Naruto sat in perfect stillness among the ruins of a place that had once celebrated the human spirit's capacity for growth and enlightenment. But now, that same space was becoming a monument to the systematic negation of all such concepts. And in the growing darkness that surrounded him like a living thing, something vast and patient and utterly inhuman continued its slow awakening. The void was learning to dream, and its dreams were beginning to reshape reality according to principles that predated human civilization. Soon, it wouldn't need Naruto's cooperation to continue its evolution. Soon, it would be strong enough to dream on its own. 2.5 years had transformed the landscape around the abandoned monastery into something that challenged basic assumptions about reality. What had once been rolling hills covered in forest now resembled a topographical map of existential emptiness. Perfectly circular voids where ecosystems had simply ceased to exist, connected by paths of withered earth that marked Naruto's occasional movements through the area. Jiraiya approached the monastery with the careful precision of someone navigating a minefield, his enhanced senses detecting the expanding network of dead zones that had become Naruto's inadvertent legacy. At 60 meters, electronic equipment began malfunctioning. At 40 meters, his summoning contracts started feeling unstable. At 20 meters, his own chakra system began showing signs of stress that had become familiar over years of periodic visits. "Naruto," he called out, maintaining the minimum safe distance they had established through painful trial and error. "It's time." The figure that emerged from the monastery's central courtyard bore only superficial resemblance to the 12-year-old boy who had left Konoha with such desperate hope. Naruto had grown taller, his frame filled out with the lean muscle of someone who had spent years in constant physical and spiritual struggle. But the most striking changes were impossible to miss. The bone-white fox mask now covered his entire face except for his left eye, which had developed an unsettling luminescence that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. His movements carried a fluid grace that suggested he was navigating through space differently than normal humans, each step existing slightly apart from conventional physics. "Jiraiya," Naruto greeted him, his voice carrying harmonics that made the monastery's remaining bells chime in sympathetic resonance. "You brought the scroll." It wasn't a question. After 2.5 years of isolation, Naruto's perception had evolved to encompass far more than normal human senses could detect. He could feel the spiritual weight of the ancient summoning contract in Jiraiya's pack, sense the trepidation in the older man's chakra system, even taste the desperate hope that had driven this final gambit. "The toads believe it might work," Jiraiya said carefully, though his voice carried no real conviction. "Sage mode draws on natural energy rather than personal chakra. If we can teach you to access it properly." "You think it might give me an anchor to something other than void," Naruto finished, understanding the theory even as his altered perceptions detected its fundamental flaws. "Something that might help me remember what it feels like to be connected to life instead of constantly consuming it." Something like that. Naruto studied his former teacher with the patient attention of something that had learned to evaluate the spiritual worth of every living thing in its vicinity. After years of fighting his nature, he had developed an intimate understanding of how different people's life forces tasted, which ones would satisfy his hunger most completely, and which ones he needed to avoid consuming at all costs. Jiraiya's spiritual signature carried the complex flavors of long experience, deep knowledge, and profound loneliness. It would have been deeply satisfying to consume, but it also carried something else: genuine care for the thing that Naruto had become. That care was one of the few anchors that still connected him to his fading humanity. "The fox is almost gone," Naruto reported conversationally as they prepared for the Sage Mode training. "Maybe another month before it's completely processed." "Processed," Jiraiya repeated grimly, making notes in his journal. "You make it sound like digestion." "Because that's what it is," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. "My spiritual system is breaking down Kurama's essence and converting it into something that can fuel my transformation. The process is slow but inevitable." "And how does that make you feel?" Naruto considered the question with the careful attention of someone who had to consciously access emotional responses that no longer came naturally. "Sad, I think," he said finally. "The fox was angry and hateful, but it was alive in a way that I'm not anymore. When it's gone completely, I'll lose the last connection I have to anything that remembers what existence feels like from the inside." The admission was delivered with such clinical detachment that Jiraiya felt chills despite the warm afternoon sun. The boy who had once been the most emotionally expressive ninja he'd ever trained now spoke of losing his final connection to life itself, with the same tone he might have used to comment on the weather. "Let's begin," Jiraiya announced, unrolling the ancient scroll that contained the secrets of Mount Myoboku's sage techniques. "First step is learning to sense natural energy." The instruction that followed was unlike any training session in the history of the ninja arts. Where normal students struggled to perceive the subtle currents of natural energy that flowed through all living things, Naruto's enhanced senses immediately detected something far more complex and disturbing. "It's not just natural energy," he observed, his remaining visible eye reflecting patterns of light that shouldn't have been visible to human perception. "There's something underneath it. Something older and hungrier that the natural energy is trying to cover up." "What do you mean?" "The world isn't as stable as people think it is," Naruto continued, his voice carrying the weight of revelations that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality. "There are spaces between the natural energy flows where other things exist. Things that were here before the Sage of Six Paths established the current system." Jiraiya felt a chill of recognition. His research into presage mythology had revealed references to entities that existed in the gaps between conventional spiritual structures, but he had hoped those texts were merely allegorical. "Can you access the natural energy?" he asked, though his instincts were already providing disturbing answers. Naruto nodded and attempted to draw in the ambient spiritual force that surrounded all living things. For a moment, the technique seemed to work normally. Natural energy flowed toward him in the familiar patterns that characterized successful Sage Mode preparation. Then something went catastrophically wrong. Instead of integrating with his chakra system to create the balanced state that defined Sage transformation, the natural energy began destabilizing the moment it came into contact with whatever Naruto had become. The life force that should have enhanced his abilities was immediately consumed by the void at his center, processed, and converted into something antithetical to its original nature. But worse than the failure was what happened to the surrounding ecosystem. Plants within a 100-meter radius began dying instantly as the natural energy that sustained them was pulled toward Naruto's location and converted into nothingness. Animals fled in all directions, their survival instincts screaming warnings about something that was actively hostile to the continuation of biological existence. "Stop," Jiraiya ordered urgently, but it was too late. Naruto had triggered something that went beyond simple chakra techniques. The void at his center, strengthened by its consumption of natural energy, began manifesting independently of his conscious control. Perfectly circular zones of absolute emptiness opened in the ground around him, not holes but actual negation of the space where Earth should have existed. "I can't stop it," Naruto reported with clinical detachment, watching as his failed attempt at Sage Mode created expanding wounds in reality itself. "The natural energy is feeding the transformation instead of balancing it." "Cut off the flow," Jiraiya instructed desperately. "There is no flow to cut off," Naruto replied. "The void has become self-sustaining. It's learned to convert natural energy directly, without needing my conscious participation." The situation deteriorated rapidly. What had started as a simple training exercise was becoming an ecological catastrophe, as the spiritual foundations of the local environment were systematically dissolved by proximity to Naruto's evolved condition. It took 4 hours for the effect to finally stabilize, leaving behind a scarred landscape that would serve as a permanent reminder of what happened when forces that predated human civilization were allowed to interact with techniques designed for normal spiritual systems. "The Sage Mode approach won't work," Jiraiya concluded grimly, making notes in his journal while maintaining careful distance from the expanding dead zones. "If anything, it accelerates your transformation by giving the void access to external energy sources." "I know," Naruto replied, settling into a meditation posture among the ruins of what had been a thriving ecosystem. "But I'm glad we tried. Now I understand something important about what I'm becoming." "Which is?" "The Sage of Six Paths didn't create the current chakra system to give humans access to spiritual power," Naruto said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of terrible revelation. "He created it to contain something that was already here, something that existed in the spaces between life and death." Jiraiya felt recognition dawn as ancient research suddenly clicked into place. Soul devourers. The texts mentioned entities that fed on the very concept of existence. "Not entities," Naruto corrected with growing certainty. "One entity, something vast and patient and utterly hostile to the idea that anything should be allowed to exist at all. And you're becoming part of it." "I am it," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. "Or I'm becoming it. The distinction doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that the Sage's containment system is breaking down, and when it fails completely." He gestured toward the expanding dead zones that surrounded them like a preview of things to come. "When it fails completely, everything goes back to the way it was before existence became fashionable." The philosophical implications were staggering, but Jiraiya forced himself to focus on practical concerns. "Is there any way to stop the process?" Naruto was quiet for a long moment, his enhanced perception reaching deep into the spiritual structures that governed reality itself. When he finally answered, his voice carried the patient certainty of something that had seen the end of all things. The sage thought there was. His final technique, the one he used to defeat the original soul devourer, it wasn't about destroying the entity. It was about dividing it into smaller pieces and sealing those pieces into individual humans. "The tailed beasts," Jiraiya realized with growing horror. "The tailed beasts are fragments of what I'm becoming," Naruto confirmed. 9 pieces of concentrated void energy, each one designed to be manageable individually, but potentially catastrophic if they were ever reunited. "And now they're being gathered by Akatsuki," Jiraiya whispered, the full scope of the approaching catastrophe finally becoming clear. "Which means the original entity is being reconstituted piece by piece," Naruto agreed. "And since I was the vessel for the largest fragment, I'm the focal point where all that dispersed void energy will eventually converge." The conversation was interrupted by a disturbance in the spiritual atmosphere around them. Something vast and ancient was stirring in the depths of Naruto's consciousness, roused by their discussion of its true nature. When Naruto spoke again, his voice carried harmonics that belonged to something far older than human civilization. "The child begins to understand," it said through his vocal cords, though the words seemed to come from somewhere infinitely deep and empty. "The sage's prison weakens with each passing day. Soon, the fragments will return home. Soon, existence will remember what it felt like before the mistake of creation." Jiraiya backed away as the temperature around Naruto dropped to Arctic levels, frost forming on the ground despite the summer heat. "Kurama," he called out desperately. "Are you still there? Can you hear me?" but the Nine-Tails' response, when it came, was barely recognizable. What had once been the voice of an ancient and powerful entity was now little more than a whisper, fading and distorted. "Help me," came the weak plea from within Naruto's consciousness. "It's eating everything. I was." The fox's final words dissolved into static as the last fragments of its independent identity were consumed by the growing void. When silence returned, Naruto's remaining human eye reflected depths that contained no trace of anything that had ever been alive. "He's gone," Naruto observed with clinical detachment. "The last anchor to my human identity has been processed and converted. From this point forward, maintaining human behavior will require conscious effort rather than instinct." "Can you do that?" Jiraiya asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "For a while," Naruto replied honestly, "but every day it becomes harder to remember why I should bother. Human concerns feel increasingly irrelevant to something that exists outside the normal relationship between being and not being." As the sun set over a landscape scarred by their failed training session, Jiraiya made the hardest decision of his long career. "I'm going to have to report this to the village," he said quietly. "They need to know what's coming." "I know," Naruto replied, "and they need to know that their time for finding a solution is running out. The other-tailed beasts are calling to me now, their void fragments recognizing the awakening of their source, when Akatsuki finally moves to extract them. The reconstitution will accelerate," Jiraiya finished. "The reconstitution will complete," Naruto corrected. "And when it does, the question won't be whether humanity can survive what I become." He turned his masked face toward the distant lights of Konoha, though his perception encompassed far more than normal vision could detect. "The question will be whether anyone will remember that humanity ever existed at all." In the growing darkness that surrounded the ruined monastery, something vast and patient and utterly inhuman settled back into its dreams of the time before existence had complicated the perfect simplicity of nothingness. The wait was almost over. Soon, it would be time to wake up completely. The gates of Konoha rose through the morning mist like a familiar promise, but Naruto's enhanced perception detected the fundamental changes that had transformed his home village during his absence. What should have been a welcoming sight carried the spiritual weight of institutionalized fear. Carefully organized protocols designed to contain something that the village leadership had finally acknowledged might be beyond conventional management. "They're afraid," he observed matter-of-factly, his voice carrying harmonics that made the great wooden gates creak despite the absence of wind. "Not just of me, afraid of what acknowledging me means about the nature of reality itself." Jiraiya nodded grimly, noting the unusual activity around the checkpoint. Instead of the normal two-person guard rotation, nearly a dozen AHNBOO operatives were stationed at various points around the entrance, their positions carefully calculated to maintain minimum safe distances while providing comprehensive coverage. "New protocols," he explained quietly. "Established 6 months ago after the incident at Training Ground 44 finally destabilized completely." "The Forest of Death?" Naruto asked, though his enhanced senses were already providing disturbing answers about the fate of the training area where he'd first demonstrated his evolved abilities. "It doesn't exist anymore," Jiraiya replied. "Not destroyed, just absent. 44 square kilometers of perfectly empty space where reality forgot how to support physical matter." The information was delivered with clinical precision, but Naruto could taste the underlying grief in his former teacher's spiritual signature. The Forest of Death had been more than just a training ground. It had been a symbol of Konoha's strength, a place where young ninja proved themselves against challenges that pushed them beyond their perceived limitations. Now it was nothing at all. "Team Jiraiya reporting successful completion of extended training mission," the Toad Sage announced formally as they approached the checkpoint. The response was immediate and carefully choreographed. Instead of normal registration procedures, a specialized team of sensor-type ninja activated what appeared to be a sophisticated detection array, its sealing formulae glowing with contained spiritual energy. "Chakra suppression protocol is active," reported the lead technician, her voice tight with professional concentration. "Subject's spiritual pressure is registering at Class S containment levels." Class S. Naruto recognized the designation from his academy studies, the classification reserved for threats that exceeded conventional management capabilities. Tailed beasts, legendary summons, and entities whose power challenged fundamental assumptions about what ninja techniques could accomplish. "Acknowledged," came the response from the command post, its speaker carefully modulated to avoid revealing the operator's identity. "Escort Protocol 77 Alpha is authorized." All civilian populations have been cleared from the primary route. As they passed through the gates, Naruto noticed the subtle but pervasive changes that fear had wrought throughout his home village. Streets that should have been bustling with normal daily activity were conspicuously empty along their designated path. Shop windows displayed hastily posted signs announcing temporary closures for maintenance, and the few civilians visible moved with the careful haste of people avoiding something they couldn't quite identify. "Escort Protocol 77 Alpha," he repeated quietly, his enhanced perception detecting the spiritual weight of carefully planned contingencies. "How many evacuation procedures have been developed specifically for my presence?" 17, Jiraiya admitted reluctantly. "Ranging from minimal civilian displacement for brief visits to complete village evacuation for extended stays. And if I lose control entirely, Protocol Black 7, came the reply, delivered with the grim acceptance of someone who had helped design the unthinkable. Complete abandonment of the village site and establishment of new population centers beyond the estimated maximum effect radius." The casual discussion of abandoning Konoha entirely sent chills through everyone within earshot, but what made it truly disturbing was Naruto's reaction, or rather, his lack thereof. He received the information with the same clinical detachment he might have shown for weather reports, processing contingencies for his own potential catastrophic failure as matters of practical logistics. "Reasonable precautions," he agreed, his tone carrying no trace of hurt or resentment at being treated as an existential threat. Though the estimates for maximum effect radius are probably conservative. The reunion with Team 7 took place in a specially prepared chamber beneath the Hokage Tower, its walls lined with containment seals that had been designed specifically to minimize the risk of spiritual contamination. The sterile environment felt more like a medical facility than a meeting room, complete with monitoring equipment and emergency response protocols. Sakura entered first, her appearance changed by years of intensive research into medical techniques that conventional training had never prepared her for. Dark circles under her eyes spoke of sleepless nights, spent studying texts that challenged basic assumptions about the relationship between healing and existence, while her chakra signature carried the complex harmonics of someone whose spiritual system had been permanently altered by exposure to forces beyond normal comprehension. "Naruto," she greeted him, maintaining the 10-meter minimum distance that had been established through painful experimentation. "You look different." It was a masterpiece of understatement. The figure before her bore only superficial resemblance to the boy who had left Konoha with such desperate hope. Naruto had grown taller, more angular, his movements carrying the fluid grace of something that navigated through space according to principles that didn't quite match normal physics. But most striking was the bone-white fox mask that now covered his entire face, leaving only his left eye visible to reflect depths that seemed to contain no trace of anything that had ever been alive. "So do you," he replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made the containment seals flicker erratically. "Medical research into existential healing techniques is leaving traces in your chakra system. You're becoming something more than a conventional medic ninja." "Is that bad?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. "It's adaptive," Naruto replied with clinical objectivity. "Your spiritual system is evolving to handle concepts that normal medical training doesn't prepare for. Eventually, you'll be able to heal damage that exists on theoretical rather than physical levels. And the costs of that evolution, you'll gradually lose the ability to relate to normal human medical concerns," he said matter-of-factly. "Broken bones and torn muscles will seem trivial compared to wounds in the fabric of existence itself." Kakashi arrived next, his normally composed demeanor showing signs of strain that went beyond simple exhaustion. The copy ninja's legendary chakra control had developed subtle instabilities, his Sharingan flickering erratically as it struggled to process visual input that challenged fundamental assumptions about what could exist within normal reality. "Naruto," he acknowledged formally, though his visible eye avoided direct contact. "How was the training?" "Educational," came the reply, delivered with the patient certainty of someone who had learned terrible truths about the nature of existence. "We discovered that techniques designed for normal spiritual systems don't work on something that exists outside those systems. And Sage Mode, counterproductive. Instead of providing balance, natural energy feeds the transformation by giving the void access to external sources of spiritual sustenance." The clinical way Naruto described consuming the very life force of nature itself sent chills through his former teammates, but what made it truly disturbing was his complete emotional detachment from the implications. Their reunion was interrupted by the arrival of a new figure, a pale young man with black hair and an artificial smile that failed to mask the growing panic in his dark eyes. "Team Kakashi," he announced with forced cheer, "I'm Sai, your new teammate assigned to replace Sasuke Uchiha." But as his gaze fell on Naruto, the carefully maintained facade of emotional control began to crack. Sai's specialized training in emotional suppression, developed by Root to create perfect operatives, was being systematically overwhelmed by proximity to something that existed outside normal psychological parameters. "Your emotional spectrum," Sai whispered, pressing his hands to his temples as his enhanced perception tried to process input that violated basic assumptions about consciousness. It's being consumed." "Consumed how?" Kakashi asked urgently. "I can see people's emotional states, analyze their psychological patterns, predict their behavioral responses," Sai continued, his voice carrying growing hysteria. "But when I look at him, there's nothing there, not suppressed emotions or hidden feelings, actual nothing where human psychology should exist." The breakdown was rapid and complete. Sai, whose entire identity was built around the ability to read and manipulate human emotional responses, found himself confronting something that negated the fundamental concepts that made such analysis possible. "And it's spreading," he gasped, backing toward the chamber's exit. "The longer I'm near him, the less I can sense my own emotional responses. It's like standing too close to a spiritual black hole that's slowly pulling away everything that makes me." "Me? Sai," Naruto said gently, his voice carrying genuine concern despite its inhuman harmonics. "You should leave. Prolonged exposure to what I've become is dangerous for anyone whose abilities depend on spiritual connections." But his attempt at compassion only made the situation worse. Sai's Root training had prepared him to handle threats, enemies, and psychological manipulation, but not genuine care from something that existed outside the normal relationship between consciousness and void. "That's worse," Sai whispered as he fled the chamber. "Caring about my well-being while simultaneously destroying my ability to exist as an individual person." As his newest teammate retreated, Naruto turned back to Kakashi and Sakura with an expression that was impossible to read behind the bone-white mask. "He's right," he said quietly. "I am becoming something that makes individual consciousness less stable. The question isn't whether that process can be stopped, it's whether I can learn to control it well enough to minimize the damage." The mission to Tenchai Bridge was designated as a standard intelligence-gathering operation, but everyone involved understood that they were venturing into territory where normal mission parameters no longer applied. The ancient stone span had been chosen as a meeting point precisely because of its isolation. But that same remoteness made it an ideal location for confrontations that might exceed conventional containment capabilities. "Remember," Kakashi instructed as they approached the bridge's northern approach, "we're here to gather information about Sasuke's current situation and Orochimaru's long-term plans. If the situation becomes unstable, evacuate immediately and implement Containment Protocol 55 Bravo," Naruto finished, his enhanced perception already detecting the spiritual distortions that preceded their contact with Orochimaru's agents. "I know the procedures, Kakashi. I helped design some of them." The admission was delivered with matter-of-fact acceptance, but it highlighted the surreal nature of their situation. They were conducting a mission with someone who had become so dangerous that contingency plans included abandoning him if necessary to protect the greater population. The figure waiting at the bridge's center was immediately recognizable despite the obvious disguise: Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's primary intelligence operative, though something about his spiritual signature felt fundamentally different from their previous encounters. "Kakashi-san," the silver-haired medic greeted formally, though his attention was fixed on Naruto with scientific fascination mixed with obvious strain. "And the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, you've changed since our last meeting." "So have you," Naruto observed, his enhanced senses detecting alterations in Kabuto's chakra system that suggested extensive modification. "Orochimaru's been experimenting with spiritual enhancement techniques. Your medical abilities have been augmented with something that doesn't quite belong in normal human physiology." "Perceptive," Kabuto replied with professional appreciation. "Lord Orochimaru has indeed been preparing for your eventual return to active operations. Your transformation presents unique opportunities for advancing our understanding of the boundaries between existence and void." "Opportunities for what?" Sakura demanded, her medical training making her sensitive to the implications of unsanctioned spiritual experimentation. For transcending the limitations of mortality through systematic negation of the concepts that make death meaningful, came a familiar voice from the bridge's southern approach. Orochimaru emerged from concealment like a predator materializing from shadow, his serpentine features carrying the satisfaction of someone whose long-term plans were finally reaching fruition. But there was something different about the legendary Sannin's presence. A wrongness that suggested his research had taken him into territory that challenged even his considerable understanding of forbidden techniques. "You've been modifying yourself," Naruto observed clinically, his perception detecting spiritual alterations that went beyond simple body-swapping techniques. "Preparing your own chakra system to handle closer contact with what I'm becoming." "Indeed," Orochimaru confirmed with obvious delight. "I've spent the past 2.5 years developing techniques that allow sustained interaction with void-based entities. The process has been educational." To demonstrate his point, the Snake Sannin moved closer to Naruto than should have been safe, maintaining his position despite the spiritual pressure that had driven Sai to psychological breakdown. His enhanced resistance came at obvious costs. His skin had developed a translucent quality similar to what affected objects in Naruto's vicinity, and his movements carried the fluid uncertainty of someone whose relationship with physical existence had been fundamentally altered. "What do you want?" Kakashi asked, though his enhanced senses were providing disturbing answers about the true purpose of this meeting. "To offer young Naruto-kun a choice," Orochimaru replied smoothly. "He can continue struggling against his transformation, fighting to maintain human connections that become more meaningless with each passing day. Or he can embrace what he's becoming and learn to use his evolution for purposes that transcend the petty concerns of individual existence." The offer hung in the air like a promise of damnation, because everyone present understood its implications. Orochimaru wasn't just suggesting that Naruto stop fighting his transformation. He was proposing active collaboration in the systematic negation of everything that made human civilization possible. "What makes you think I'm interested in transcending human concerns?" Naruto asked, though his tone carried more curiosity than rejection. "Because human concerns have become increasingly irrelevant to something that exists outside the normal relationship between being and not being," Orochimaru replied with the confidence of someone who had studied the problem from every conceivable angle. "You're trying to maintain emotional connections to people and principles that mean nothing to your evolved consciousness. It's causing unnecessary stress on both your spiritual system and theirs. And your alternative: accept that you've become something beyond human categories and start using that evolution constructively. Help me understand the principles that govern void-based existence. Contribute to research that could revolutionize our understanding of life, death, and the spaces between them." The philosophical discussion was interrupted by a new presence approaching from the bridge's eastern approach, something vast and ancient that made even Orochimaru step back in obvious wariness. "Fascinating," came a voice that carried the weight of cosmic authority. A void-touched entity attempting to negotiate with researchers who have modified themselves to study existential negation. The speaker emerged from the morning mist like a figure from mythological texts, his ringed eyes reflecting depths that seemed to contain the accumulated knowledge of centuries. Pain, leader of the Akatsuki organization, moved with the careful precision of someone whose power challenged fundamental assumptions about what individual ninja could accomplish. But as his gaze fell on Naruto, the legendary Rinnegan wielder's expression shifted from confident authority to something approaching existential shock. "You're not a Jinchuriki," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of terrible revelation. "You're something that shouldn't exist in any reality that supports conscious life." "Finally," Naruto replied with something that might have been relief, "someone who understands what they're looking at." The admission sent chills through everyone present, because it was delivered with the satisfaction of someone who had grown tired of being misunderstood by people whose perception couldn't encompass the true scope of what he had become. "The Nine Tails," Pain continued, his Rinnegan providing him with information that challenged everything he thought he knew about tailed beast extraction. "It's gone, not sealed more deeply or suppressed, actually gone. Consumed by something that exists in the conceptual spaces between chakra and void. Processed and converted," Naruto confirmed matter-of-factly. "The last fragments were absorbed 6 months ago. What exists in its place is something that the Sage of Six Paths originally designed his entire system to contain." "A soul devourer," Pain whispered, recognition dawning as ancient knowledge clicked into place. The text spoke of entities that fed on the very concept of existence, beings that the sage divided and sealed to prevent them from unmaking reality itself. Not beings, Naruto corrected with patient certainty. One being. One vast, ancient consciousness that was artificially fragmented into 9 pieces and distributed across individual containers to prevent reconstitution. The implications were staggering. The tailed beasts weren't just powerful chakra entities. They were fragments of something that predated human civilization, pieces of a consciousness that existed specifically to negate the concepts that made existence possible. And you're the focal point where those fragments are meant to reconverge, Pain realized, his voice carrying the weight of cosmic horror. I am the reconvergence, Naruto replied simply. Every tailed beast that Akatsuki extracts and seals weakens the barriers that keep the original entity divided. When you finally come for me, the process will complete itself. Then we have to stop, Pain said, though his voice carried no conviction. The extractions, the plan, everything. If what you're saying is true, if what I'm saying is true, then stopping won't help, Naruto interrupted gently. The fragments are already calling to each other across dimensional barriers. The reconstitution has been inevitable since the moment the sage's containment system began to fail. He gestured toward the spiritual distortions that surrounded them like a preview of things to come. The question isn't whether the original entity will awaken. The question is whether anyone will remember that existence ever seemed like a good idea after it finishes waking up. In the silence that followed this apocalyptic revelation, the assembled ninja stared at each other with the growing realization that they weren't dealing with a conflict between villages or even nations. They were witnessing the final stages of a cosmic mistake that was about to correct itself by erasing everything that had ever been. And the most terrifying aspect wasn't that they were powerless to stop it. It was that the entity destined to unmake reality was trying desperately to remain human long enough to find some alternative to universal negation. The void was learning to care about preservation, and its caring was becoming the only thing standing between existence and absolute emptiness. The attack on Konoha began with a silence that penetrated deeper than sound ever could. A moment of absolute stillness that preceded the systematic dismantling of everything the Hidden Leaf Village had ever represented. From his position at the monastery, Naruto felt the assault commence like a wound being carved into the spiritual landscape itself. Pain's here, he announced, rising from his meditation with fluid grace that made the ancient stones beneath his feet develop hairline fractures. 6 bodies, 1 consciousness, and power that challenges the fundamental structure of reality. The bone-white fox mask covering his face made expression impossible to read, but his remaining visible eye reflected depths that seemed to contain the accumulated weight of cosmic understanding. 3 years of isolation had transformed him into something that existed at the intersection of human determination and existential void. A consciousness that remembered caring about people while becoming increasingly incapable of understanding why such caring should matter. How can you sense the village from this distance? Jiraiya asked, though his enhanced perception was already providing disturbing answers about the expanding network of spiritual connections that Naruto had developed. Because every person in Konoha carries a fragment of spiritual energy that I helped shape during my time there, Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Their chakra systems were influenced by prolonged exposure to what I was becoming. Now I can feel them all, every ninja, every civilian, every child, like points of light in an increasingly dark universe. The description was delivered with clinical detachment, but Jiraiya could detect something else beneath the inhuman calm. A desperate urgency that suggested Naruto's emotional connections to the village were among the last anchors binding him to anything resembling humanity. I have to go back, Naruto continued, his voice carrying harmonics that made the monastery's remaining walls develop frost patterns despite the summer heat. They're going to die, and I'm the only one who might be able to stop it. Naruto, Jiraiya said carefully, if you return to the village now, in your current condition, you might cause more damage than Pain ever could. I know, came the reply, delivered with the terrible certainty of someone who understood exactly what they were choosing. But they're my people. Even if I'm not entirely people anymore, they're still mine to protect. The journey back to Konoha became an exercise in controlled catastrophe as Naruto moved through the landscape at speeds that defied conventional understanding of space and time. He didn't run so much as translate himself through the gaps between locations, each movement creating brief tears in reality that sealed themselves with whispers of displaced air. Behind him, a trail of withered vegetation marked his passage, not from any conscious technique, but simply from the spiritual pressure that had become his natural state. Trees aged decades in seconds, small animals fled in all directions, and even insects seemed to vanish from areas where his presence had lingered. "The village," he said, as Konoha's skyline appeared through the afternoon haze, though what he saw challenged every assumption about architectural stability. "It's being systematically deconstructed." Buildings throughout the Hidden Leaf were collapsing in patterns that suggested more than simple destruction. They were being negated, their structural integrity dissolved by forces that challenged the basic concepts that made construction possible. But worse than the physical damage was what Naruto's enhanced perception detected beneath the surface chaos. Pain isn't just attacking the village, he realized with growing horror. He's trying to unmake the spiritual foundations that hold the community together. This isn't conquest, it's existential experimentation. The Rinnegan wielder's true objective was becoming clear through the systematic nature of his assault. Each destroyed building, each fallen ninja, each terrified civilian contributed to the systematic dissolution of Konoha's collective spiritual identity. Pain was testing theories about community-based consciousness by reducing an entire civilization to its component parts. And he's using techniques specifically designed to counter void-based entities, Naruto continued, his analysis carrying the cold precision of someone who recognized sophisticated preparation. "He knows what I am, and he's betting that I'll reveal my true nature in response to this threat." Jiraiya felt chills that had nothing to do with the spiritual cold that surrounded his former student. "A trap, a scientific experiment," Naruto corrected grimly. He wants to observe what happens when something that exists outside normal reality is confronted with the systematic destruction of everything it still cares about. The village center had become a crater of impossible depth and perfect circularity, its smooth walls reflecting light in patterns that hurt to examine directly. At its heart stood Pain's Deva Path, the orange-haired figure radiating power that seemed to bend space itself around his position. But as Naruto materialized at the crater's edge through methods that bypassed conventional movement entirely, the legendary Rinnegan wielder's confident expression shifted to something approaching existential terror. "Magnificent," Pain whispered, his enhanced perception finally processing the full scope of what Naruto had become. "You're not just containing void energy, you are void energy that remembers being human." "Where is everyone?" Naruto asked, his voice carrying harmonics that made the crater's walls develop crystalline resonance patterns. "I can sense their spiritual signatures, but they're fading." "Dispersed," Pain replied with clinical satisfaction, "scattered throughout dimensions that exist adjacent to normal reality. I wanted to observe your response to isolation, to see what happens when something that clings to human connections is systematically deprived of everything that gives those connections meaning." The explanation was delivered with the casual tone of someone discussing experimental methodology, but its implications sent waves of spiritual pressure radiating outward from Naruto's position. Buildings that had survived Pain's initial assault began developing structural instabilities as reality itself started rejecting their right to exist. "Bring them back," Naruto said quietly, and the simple words carried more threat than any shouted declaration could have managed. "Or what?" Pain challenged, raising his hands to demonstrate the gravitational techniques that had proven effective against every opponent he'd ever faced. "You'll show me what a void-touched entity can do when properly motivated. I'll show you what happens when something that exists outside normal reality stops trying to be reasonable." The temperature around them dropped 50 degrees in seconds, frost forming on every surface as Naruto's spiritual pressure began manifesting at levels that challenged the basic structural integrity of local spacetime. But more disturbing than the environmental effects was what happened to Pain's carefully prepared techniques. The Rinnegan wielder launched his signature attack, Shinra Tensei, expecting the devastating gravitational pulse to overwhelm any defense through sheer force. But as the technique reached Naruto's position, something unprecedented occurred. The gravitational energy simply stopped. Not blocked or deflected, but negated on a fundamental level, as if the space around Naruto had rejected the very concept that forces should be able to affect him. "Impossible," Pain breathed, but his analysis was interrupted by Naruto's response. "Gravitational manipulation requires the assumption that space and time function according to consistent principles," Naruto explained conversationally as he began moving toward Pain's position. "But I exist in the gaps between those principles. Your techniques can't affect something that doesn't fully participate in the reality they're designed to manipulate." What followed wasn't a battle in any conventional sense. It was a systematic demonstration of what happened when normal ninja techniques encountered something that existed outside the parameters they were designed to address. Pain's 6 bodies attacked in perfect coordination, their various abilities creating a symphony of destruction that should have been overwhelming. But Naruto moved through their assault like water flowing around stones, his form flickering in and out of solid existence as he navigated through spaces that didn't quite correspond to normal geography. "You're not fighting me," Pain realized with growing unease. "You're teaching me, showing me what my techniques look like to something that exists outside their conceptual framework." "I'm trying to avoid killing you," Naruto corrected, his voice carrying the patient certainty of someone explaining obvious facts. "Because killing you would require fully embracing what I've become, and I'm not ready to let go of humanity entirely." The admission was more terrifying than any threat could have been, because it revealed the terrible restraint that Naruto was exercising even as his presence systematically destabilized everything around them. But restraint had its limits, and those limits were tested when a familiar chakra signature suddenly flared with desperate intensity from across the village. "Hinata," Naruto whispered, his remaining human eye widening as he sensed the Hyuga heiress throwing herself into a confrontation that her abilities couldn't possibly survive. The spiritual connection between them, forged through years of shared experiences and strengthened by her unwavering acceptance of what he was becoming, allowed him to feel her determination, her fear, and her absolute certainty that protecting the village was worth any personal cost. "No," he said, and the word carried harmonics that shattered every piece of glass within a kilometer radius. The transformation that followed would be remembered as the moment when Naruto Uzumaki finally stopped trying to be human. The bone-white fox mask that had covered most of his face for years suddenly expanded, spreading across his entire head in patterns that hurt to look at directly. But worse than the physical changes was what happened to the spiritual atmosphere around him. Reality itself began to buckle under the weight of his unleashed presence. Buildings that had survived Pain's assault simply ceased to exist, not destroyed but negated, as if the universe had decided they had never been there at all. The very air became thick and oppressive, carrying the weight of something vast and ancient and utterly hostile to the continuation of existence. "What have you done?" Pain demanded, but his words were lost in the cosmic static that surrounded Naruto's transformation. When Naruto spoke again, his voice carried harmonics that belonged to something far older than human civilization, something that had watched the rise and fall of realities with patient hunger. "The female's spiritual signature has been terminated," it said through vocal cords that no longer entirely belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. "The entity responsible will be processed and converted to maintain systemic balance." Pain found himself backing away from something that his enhanced perception couldn't properly categorize. The Rinnegan, legendary for its ability to see through any deception and understand any technique, was providing him with information that challenged basic assumptions about what could exist within normal reality. "You're not Naruto anymore," he realized with growing horror. "You're something that's wearing his memories while consuming his identity." "Incorrect," came the dual-voice response. "I am what Naruto Uzumaki was always destined to become." The human components were temporary additions to a consciousness that predates the establishment of existence as a viable concept. The entity that had been Naruto moved toward Pain with predatory grace, its form flickering between solid matter and something that existed in the spaces between dimensions. Where its feet touched the ground, perfectly circular voids opened, not holes, but actual negation of the space where Earth should have existed. Pain launched every technique in his arsenal, the 6 paths working in perfect coordination to deploy power that could reshape landscapes and alter the fundamental forces that governed reality. But their attacks simply ceased to exist upon contact with their target, negated so completely that the universe seemed to forget they had ever been attempted. "This is what the Sage of 6 Paths originally fought," Pain whispered, recognition dawning as ancient knowledge finally clicked into place. "This is why he created the current chakra system, to contain something that existed before existence became fashionable." The sage was a fool, the entity replied with cosmic disdain. He believed consciousness and void could coexist indefinitely. He failed to understand that existence is a temporary aberration in the natural state of absolute emptiness. But even as the words left its throat, something deep within the consciousness that had been Naruto Uzumaki stirred with desperate determination. The human memories, the emotional connections, the stubborn refusal to surrender everything that made life worth living, All of it rallied against the existential tide that threatened to wash away the last traces of individual identity. Hinata whispered the voice that belonged specifically to Naruto, barely audible beneath the cosmic static. She's not dead. I can still sense her spiritual signature, fading but not gone. The revelation created a moment of cognitive dissonance within the merged consciousness. Human concern warring against inhuman hunger in a conflict that sent ripples through local reality. And in that moment of uncertainty, something miraculous occurred. From the depths of Naruto's consciousness came a voice that carried the accumulated weight of rage, pride, and desperate love. Kurama, the Nine Tails, using the last fragments of his uncorrupted existence to reach the boy who had become his reluctant partner. Kit, the fox's voice was barely a whisper, weakened by years of systematic consumption, but still carrying the fierce determination that had defined him since the dawn of the ninja world. You're losing yourself. Fighting for others while forgetting who you are. The fox fragment should not possess sufficient independent consciousness to communicate. The voidentity responded with something approaching surprise. You should have been completely processed months ago. I've been hiding, Kurama admitted, his voice growing stronger as he drew on reserves that should have been impossible to access. Pretending to be dissolved while actually fragmenting myself into pieces too small for you to detect individually. Waiting for the moment when the kid would need what I could give him. The revelation sent shockwaves through the merged consciousness as Naruto's human identity suddenly found itself reinforced by spiritual energy that carried no trace of void contamination. Why? The voidentity demanded. Why preserve individual consciousness when merger offers transcendence beyond the limitations of discrete existence? Because, Kurama replied with fierce pride, the brat taught me something that predates your hunger. He taught me what it means to choose who you're going to be instead of accepting what you were created to become. The fox's sacrifice was immediate and complete. Every remaining fragment of his consciousness poured into Naruto's spiritual system, not as power to be consumed, but as anchors to individual identity. The process was agonizing for both participants, but it had the desired effect. The bone-white mask began to recede, revealing features that belonged unmistakably to Naruto Uzumaki, aged by years of struggle and marked by experiences that no human was meant to survive, but recognizably, stubbornly human. Kurama, he whispered, tears streaming down his face as he felt the fox's consciousness dissolving into component elements that would strengthen his own individual identity rather than feeding the void. Thank you, Live Kit, came the fading response. Live like a human, even if you're becoming something else. Don't let them forget what it means to choose hope over hunger. The confrontation with pain resumed, but under fundamentally different circumstances. Naruto retained the void-based abilities that made conventional techniques ineffective against him, but his human consciousness was now dominant, reinforced by Kurama's sacrifice and anchored by the desperate determination to save people who still mattered to him. Hinata first, he announced, his voice carrying echoes of cosmic power but recognizably human intention. Where did you send her? A dimensional space adjacent to normal reality, Pain replied, his earlier confidence shaken by what he'd witnessed. But retrieving her would require techniques that could destabilize your current form. Then, we'd better work quickly. What followed was unlike any collaboration in the history of ninja conflict. Pain, recognizing that his experimental approach had unleashed something beyond his ability to contain, found himself working with the entity he'd been studying to repair damage that threatened to spread beyond Konoha to affect reality itself. The technique requires precise spatial manipulation, Pain explained as they approached the dimensional breach where Hinata's spiritual signature flickered weakly. Any miscalculation could scatter her consciousness across multiple realities. I can stabilize the breach, Naruto offered, his void-based abilities perfectly suited for maintaining structural integrity in spaces that didn't quite belong to normal dimensions. But you'll need to handle the actual retrieval. My presence might contaminate the dimensional matrix. The rescue operation succeeded, but at costs that would reshape both participants. Pain's techniques were permanently altered by exposure to void-based spatial manipulation, while Naruto's human consciousness was strained by the effort of maintaining individual identity while accessing cosmic-level abilities. When Hinata materialized in normal reality, unconscious but alive, the relief that flooded through Naruto's system created a moment of perfect clarity about what he was fighting to preserve. This, he said quietly, cradling her unconscious form with hands that existed partially outside normal space-time. This is why existence matters, not because consciousness is inherently superior to void, but but because conscious beings can choose to care about each other. Paine studied him with the fascination of someone who had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of individual identity. "You're choosing humanity," he observed, "despite becoming something that exists outside human categories." "I'm choosing what humanity represents," Naruto corrected gently. "The idea that individual consciousness can matter more than cosmic principles." The aftermath of Paine's assault left Konoha forever changed, but not in ways that could be measured through casualty reports or infrastructure damage. The village had survived the physical attack, its buildings and population largely intact, but something fundamental about its spiritual identity had been altered by witnessing the confrontation between beings whose power challenged basic assumptions about reality. The regeneration, Tsunade observed with clinical fascination mixed with existential horror, is unlike anything in medical literature. She was examining Naruto's injuries from the battle, wounds that should have been fatal, damage that conventional healing couldn't address, and watching them repair themselves through processes that violated basic principles of biological recovery. Where normal healing involved accelerated cellular regeneration and spiritual energy manipulation, Naruto's body was literally rewriting itself at the conceptual level. Damaged tissue didn't heal so much as remember what it was supposed to be, while spiritual injuries were repaired through techniques that drew energy from sources that existed outside normal reality. "It's not healing," she continued, making notes that would revolutionize medical understanding if anyone was brave enough to study them. "It's retroactive existence correction. Your body is convincing reality that the damage never happened." "And the cost?" Naruto asked, though his enhanced perception was already providing disturbing answers about what such abilities demanded. "Humanity," Tsunade replied bluntly. "Every time you use void-based regeneration, you become a little less connected to normal human existence. Eventually, you'll be able to survive anything, but you might not remember why survival should matter." The diagnosis was delivered with the clinical precision of a medic who had spent years studying impossible cases, but everyone present understood its implications. Naruto's growing power came at the cost of everything that made him recognizably human. "How long?" he asked quietly. "Based on current progression rates, maybe 6 months before the human components of your consciousness become too attenuated to maintain individual identity." Tsunade's voice carried the weight of someone delivering a terminal diagnosis. "Unless you stop using the abilities entirely, which isn't an option if I want to protect anyone," Naruto finished. "The next threat will require everything I can access, and the one after that will demand even more." The cruel mathematics of his situation were becoming clear to everyone involved. Each crisis would force him to become more inhuman in order to preserve the humanity of others, until eventually he would save the world by becoming something that no longer understood why the world was worth saving. "There might be an alternative," came a new voice from the doorway, carrying the weight of forbidden knowledge and desperate hope. They turned to see Sasuke Uchiha entering the medical facility, his appearance changed by years of training under Orochimaru's guidance. But more striking than his physical evolution was the spiritual signature that accompanied him. Complex harmonics that suggested exposure to techniques that challenged conventional understanding of chakra manipulation. Sasuke, Sakura breathed, medical training warring with personal emotions as she detected modifications to his spiritual system that defied normal human parameters. "I've been researching soul manipulation," he announced without preamble, his attention fixed on Naruto with the intensity of someone who had spent years studying a problem from every conceivable angle. Techniques that might allow conscious control over the void human balance instead of simple surrender to inevitable transformation. "Techniques from where?" Naruto asked, though his enhanced perception was already detecting the serpentine influences that marked Orochimaru's involvement in whatever research Sasuke had been conducting. "From sources that predate the Sage of Six Paths," Sasuke replied grimly. "Ancient methods for managing consciousness that exists outside normal reality parameters." The offer hung in the air like a promise of salvation mixed with the certainty of damnation, because everyone present understood that any solution involving Orochimaru's research would come with costs that might prove worse than the original problem. But as Naruto looked around the medical facility at the faces of people who still cared about his fate despite understanding what he was becoming, he felt the last fragments of his humanity stir with desperate determination. "Tell me," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone choosing hope over despair despite knowing the probable cost. "Tell me what you've learned." In the growing darkness outside the medical facility, something vast and patient stirred in the spaces between realities, recognizing that its long-awaited awakening might be delayed by the stubborn refusal of conscious beings to surrender their individual identities. The Void was learning that existence, however temporary and illogical, possessed a strength that transcended mere cosmic principles. And for the first time since the dawn of creation, absolute emptiness found itself genuinely uncertain about the eventual outcome of its conflict with the temporary aberration called life. The final choice was approaching, and even entities that existed outside time couldn't predict which way the balance would fall. The Fourth Ninja War began not with declarations or battle cries, but with the systematic failure of techniques that should have been impossible to disrupt. Across multiple battlefields, the Edo Tensei reanimation jutsu, Kabuto's masterpiece of forbidden resurrection, began destabilizing in ways that challenged every assumption about the technique's theoretical foundations. "The dead won't stay manifested," reported a sound operative, his voice tight with professional confusion. "Every time we attempt large-scale reanimation in the southeastern sector, the jutsu collapses within minutes." Kabuto adjusted his position within the mobile command center, his enhanced senses detecting spiritual distortions that suggested the presence of something that existed outside normal reality parameters. Distance from the anomaly source, approximately 50 kilometers from the last known position of Naruto Uzumaki. The silver-haired medic felt chills that had nothing to do with the underground chamber's temperature. 50 kilometers was far beyond the range where conventional chakra signatures could interfere with complex techniques, but Naruto's condition had long since transcended conventional limitations. The void-touched entity is disrupting spiritual cohesion across continental distances, Kabuto realized with growing alarm. The undead can't maintain stable existence in proximity to something that negates the fundamental concepts that make reanimation possible. At the war's primary command center, the assembled cage struggled with intelligence reports that challenged basic strategic assumptions. Maps covered with red markers showing enemy positions were becoming obsolete as quickly as they could be updated, not due to troop movements, but because entire battalions of reanimated warriors were simply ceasing to exist. "Explain this," demanded the fourth Raikage, his legendary temper strained by confronting tactical situations that his decades of experience hadn't prepared him for. "The enemy's primary advantage, unlimited resurrection of legendary ninja, is being systematically negated by proximity to an allied asset," Shikaku Nahara reported, though his strategic genius was struggling to process variables that defied logical analysis. "Naruto Uzumaki's presence is creating expanding zones where undead entities cannot maintain physical cohesion." "How large are these zones?" asked Tsunade, her medical knowledge providing insight into the spiritual mechanics involved. "Current estimates suggest a disruption radius of approximately 100 kilometers and expanding," Shikaku replied grimly. "But the effect isn't limited to simple proximity. It appears to be affecting the technique's underlying principles across dimensional boundaries." The implications were staggering. They weren't just dealing with a powerful individual whose abilities happened to counter specific enemy techniques. They were confronting evidence that reality itself was being selectively rewritten around someone who existed outside its normal parameters. "Where is he now?" the Mizukage asked, though her enhanced senses were already detecting the spiritual pressure that preceded Naruto's arrival. The answer came not through reports or communication, but through the direct manifestation of something that challenged every assumption about individual ninja capabilities. The air in the command center grew thick and oppressive, electronic equipment began displaying error codes, and several sensitive detection arrays simply stopped functioning. Naruto materialized in the chamber's center through methods that bypassed conventional entry entirely, his form flickering between solid matter and something that existed in the spaces between dimensions. The bone-white fox mask covering his face made expression impossible to read, but his remaining visible eye reflected depths that seemed to contain the accumulated weight of cosmic understanding. "The war has begun," he announced, his voice carrying harmonics that made the chamber's structural supports develop hairline fractures. "And our enemies have made a fundamental error in their strategic assumptions." "Which is?" Gaara asked, his enhanced sensitivity to spiritual pressure making him one of the few present who could maintain normal conversation despite the existential wrongness that surrounded Naruto. "They're trying to win through quantity rather than quality," Naruto replied with clinical precision. "Overwhelming numbers of reanimated warriors, multiple simultaneous battles, techniques designed to exhaust our resources through sheer attrition. And why is that an error? Because quantity-based strategies require stable spiritual foundations to maintain organizational coherence," Naruto explained patiently. but I negate the fundamental concepts that make large-scale coordination possible. To demonstrate his point, he gestured toward the tactical displays showing enemy positions. Where red markers had indicated massive concentrations of reanimated forces, the symbols were flickering and disappearing as proximity to his presence systematically dissolved the techniques that maintained their existence. Every undead warrior within my sphere of influence ceases to exist, he continued matter-of-factly. Not destroyed or defeated, simply negated, as if the universe has decided they were never there at all. The cage exchanged glances that mixed relief with growing apprehension, because while Naruto's ability to neutralize the enemy's primary advantage was strategically invaluable, it came with implications that challenged basic assumptions about the nature of victory itself. And the costs of deploying you as a strategic asset? Tsunade asked, though her medical training was already providing disturbing answers. Reality damage, Naruto replied honestly. Every battlefield where I operate will be permanently scarred by the systematic negation of techniques that challenge natural law. The spiritual foundations that support normal ninja abilities will be weakened in ways that might never fully recover. The first major engagement took place in the valley that had once been famous for its natural beauty, but which now served as a testing ground for conflicts that transcended conventional military parameters. Thousands of reanimated warriors faced off against the allied shinobi forces in a battle that should have been decided by numbers, experience, and the undead's immunity to conventional damage. Instead, it became a demonstration of what happened when quantity-based tactics encountered something that existed outside the mathematical frameworks they were designed to exploit. Naruto's approach to the battlefield was marked by expanding zones of absolute silence, as the spiritual pressure of his presence systematically disrupted everything that made large-scale reanimation possible. Undead warriors didn't collapse or return to their coffins. They simply ceased to exist, their bodies and consciousness negated so completely that the battlefield itself seemed to forget they had ever been present. "This is wrong," whispered Deidara, one of the few reanimated Akatsuki members whose artistic sensibilities made him sensitive to the aesthetic implications of what they were witnessing. Art is supposed to be eternal, beautiful in its perfection. But he's not destroying our forms, he's making them never having been. Beside him, Sasori's puppet body began showing signs of instability as proximity to Naruto's influence challenged the spiritual connections that maintained his artificial existence. "The bonds between consciousness and form are being severed," he observed with clinical fascination. "Not broken, eliminated as viable concepts." Their analysis was interrupted by the arrival of other reanimated legends, each one struggling to maintain cohesion as they entered the expanding dead zone that surrounded Naruto's position. The second and third Tsuchikage materialized through conventional techniques, but their forms flickered like candle flames in wind as the jutsu that sustained them was systematically negated. "Fascinating," observed the second Tsuchikage, his scientific mind engaged despite the existential threat to his continued existence. "The boy isn't using counter techniques or defensive measures. He's simply existing in a way that makes our reanimation conceptually impossible." "Can we adapt?" asked the third, though his question was answered by the growing translucency of his own form. "Adaptation requires stable parameters to adapt to," the second replied grimly. "But he's not providing consistent opposition, he's providing systematic negation of the principles that make opposition meaningful." In his hidden command center, Kabuto monitored the battlefield through remote observation techniques while maintaining careful distance from the expanding zones of spiritual disruption. What he witnessed challenged every assumption about tactical engagement and strategic deployment. "The reanimation technique is failing on a continental scale," he reported to the masked figure who had commissioned his services. "Not through interference or countermeasures, but through simple proximity to an entity that exists outside the parameters the jutsu was designed to address." "Explain," came the modulated response from Tobai, though something about his posture suggested he already understood the implications. "Edo Tensei works by binding souls to artificial bodies through spiritual contracts that transcend normal life-death boundaries," Kabuto continued, his medical expertise providing insight into the technique's theoretical foundations. "But the Uzumaki entity negates the fundamental concepts that make such contracts possible. And our other assets, the reanimated Jinchuriki, are showing signs of instability. Their tailed beasts are responding to proximity to whatever Naruto has become with what can only be described as existential terror." The admission hung in the air like a death sentence because both participants understood its implications. The tailed beasts were among the most powerful entities in their reality, fundamental forces of nature that had existed since the dawn of the ninja world. If they were afraid of what Naruto represented. Change of plans, Tobai announced with the decisive authority of someone who had planned for multiple contingencies. Full deployment of remaining assets if the Uzumaki entity is too dangerous to confront through conventional means. You're going to try to awaken it completely, Kabuto realized with growing horror. Force the transformation to complete itself by overwhelming the human components of his consciousness. The infinite Tsukuyomi was originally designed to contain entities like what he's becoming, Tobai replied, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. Soul devourers from the era before the sage established the current system. If we can trigger full awakening and then immediately implement the genjutsu, you'll trap something that exists outside reality in an illusion based on reality's normal parameters, Kabuto finished. That's either brilliant or completely insane. In this case, Tobai said quietly, the distinction may not matter. The revelation came through Sasuke's research into techniques that predated the Sage of Six Paths, forbidden knowledge gleaned from sources that challenged fundamental assumptions about the history of their world. He found Naruto at the war's primary medical facility, where the entity that had once been the most determined ninja of his generation was struggling to maintain human identity while using abilities that systematically negated the concepts that made humanity meaningful. The Soul Devourer wasn't a separate entity, Sasuke announced without preamble, his research providing answers that recontextualized everything they thought they knew about their current crisis. It was the original state of reality before consciousness became possible. Naruto looked up from his meditation, the bone-white fox mask making expression impossible to read, but his remaining visible eye reflecting depths that seemed to contain cosmic understanding. Explain, before the Sage of Six Paths established the current chakra system, reality existed in a state of perfect equilibrium, no consciousness, no individual identity, no separate existence of any kind. Sasuke's voice carried the weight of revelations that challenged basic assumptions about the nature of existence itself. The introduction of chakra created the possibility of individual consciousness, but it also created an imbalance that the universe has been trying to correct ever since. And I represent that correction, Naruto said quietly, his understanding of his own nature deepening with each piece of information. You represent the universe's attempt to return to its original state, Sasuke corrected. But the process was never meant to be gradual or partial. The sage divided the correction impulse into 9 fragments specifically to prevent it from completing itself. The tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are pieces of the original void state, each one containing enough negation energy to destroy individual reality clusters while remaining too small to threaten universal stability. Sasuke's research was revealing implications that extended far beyond their current conflict. But when those fragments are reunited in a single vessel, the correction completes itself and reality returns to the state it was in before consciousness became fashionable, Naruto finished, his voice carrying the patient certainty of something that understood its cosmic purpose. Unless, Sasuke continued, his tone carrying desperate hope, the vessel chooses to maintain the imbalance artificially. What do you mean? The void state isn't inherently hostile to consciousness, it's indifferent to it, Sasuke explained with growing excitement. If you can maintain your individual identity while accepting your nature as a reality correction mechanism, you might be able to create a stable equilibrium between existence and void. Become a permanent bridge between the two states, Naruto realized. Understanding the implications even as his enhanced perception detected the approaching spiritual signatures that would test his resolve to its absolute limits. Exactly, not fighting against what you are, but using what you are to protect what you care about. The final test came as the war reached its crescendo and the true scope of their enemy's plan became clear. Madara Uchiha's reanimated form materialized on the battlefield with power that challenged fundamental assumptions about individual capability. But his attention was fixed not on conquest, but on confirmation of theories that had driven him for decades. The infinite Tsukuyomi, he announced as the technique's massive scale became apparent, was never about creating a world of illusions. It was about providing humanity with dreams powerful enough to maintain individual consciousness while the universe corrected its fundamental imbalance. The revelation hit like a physical blow as the scope of the approaching catastrophe became clear. Every person caught in the technique's range would be trapped in dreams that felt more real than reality. while their physical forms were systematically processed by forces that existed specifically to eliminate the anomaly called consciousness. Choose, Madara continued, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had seen the end of all things and found it acceptable. Fight against your nature and watch everyone you care about suffer as reality tears itself apart, or embrace what you are and help us transition humanity to a state where individual suffering becomes meaningless. The choice hung in the air like a cosmic judgment, because everyone present understood that both alternatives led to the effective end of human existence as they knew it. But Naruto's response came not from the voidentity that existed at his core, nor from the human identity that clung desperately to concepts like friendship and protection. It came from the synthesis of both, the consciousness that had learned to exist in the spaces between existence and negation. "I choose neither," he said quietly, his voice carrying harmonics that made reality itself seem to hold its breath. "I choose to be human despite being void, not in spite of it." What followed was the most complex technique ever attempted by any conscious entity, the systematic restructuring of his own nature to create permanent stability between opposing cosmic forces. Instead of fighting against his void nature or surrendering to it completely, Naruto began the careful process of integrating both aspects into something that had never existed before. A consciousness that existed simultaneously in multiple reality states, capable of maintaining individual identity while serving as a bridge between existence and emptiness. The transformation was visible to every enhanced sense on the battlefield. The bone-white fox mask that had covered his face began to change, developing patterns that reflected both human features and cosmic geometries. His spiritual signature became a paradox that somehow resolved itself, simultaneously present and absent, individual and universal, human, and something that transcended all such categories. "Impossible," Madara breathed, his ancient knowledge providing no framework for understanding what he was witnessing. "Not impossible," Naruto replied, his voice now carrying the full weight of cosmic authority tempered by very human compassion. "Just unprecedented. I'm becoming something that maintains the balance instead of resolving it." The war's conclusion came not through victory or defeat in any conventional sense, but through the systematic transformation of conflict into synthesis. With Naruto serving as a permanent bridge between existence and void, the techniques and entities that had threatened reality found themselves operating within new parameters that transcended their original destructive purposes. The Edo Tensei reanimations didn't collapse or return to death. They found stable existence in states that acknowledged both their undead nature and their continued consciousness. The tailed beasts, recognizing the return of their original unified nature in a form that no longer required their individual dissolution, chose willing cooperation rather than forced extraction. Even Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi was transformed from a technique of universal imprisonment into something that provided conscious beings with expanded awareness of the cosmic forces that shaped their reality. "You didn't save the world," observed Sasuke as the immediate crisis passed and the true scope of the changes became apparent. "You changed what saving means. I gave existence and void a way to coexist without either one having to surrender what makes it distinct," Naruto replied, his transformed consciousness now capable of perceiving reality from perspectives that encompassed both individual and universal concerns. Epilogue: The Hokage's burden 10 years after the war's end, the office of the 7th Hokage occupied a space that existed partially outside normal architectural principles, its walls bearing the gentle curve of something that served as interface between multiple reality states. Naruto sat behind a desk made from materials that existed simultaneously in several dimensions, reviewing reports that dealt with challenges no previous village leader had ever needed to consider. "Immigration requests from the void-touched settlements are increasing," Shikamaru reported, his strategic genius now adapted to managing problems that transcended conventional logistics. "They want citizenship despite not existing entirely within normal reality parameters." "Approved," Naruto replied without hesitation, his transformed nature allowing him to understand the concerns of beings who existed in states that conventional bureaucracy had never anticipated. "Consciousness is consciousness, regardless of which reality layer it primarily inhabits. And the medical research proposals. Sakura's making progress on healing techniques that work across dimensional boundaries," he said, pride audible in his voice despite its cosmic harmonics. "Soon we'll be able to treat spiritual injuries that affect multiple existence states simultaneously." The routine of governing a village that had become a nexus between existence and void was interrupted by a familiar presence approaching through spaces that didn't quite correspond to normal geography. Hinata entered the office with the confident grace of someone whose own consciousness had been expanded by years of partnership with an entity that existed outside conventional parameters. "Busy day?" she asked, settling into the chair that had been specifically designed to accommodate someone whose physical form flickered occasionally between solid matter and something more theoretical. "Interesting day," Naruto corrected, his transformed perception encompassing the village, the nation, and the cosmic forces that surrounded them all. "The Chunin exams are next month, and we're getting applications from candidates who exist in states that our traditional evaluation methods weren't designed to assess." "Progress," Hinata observed with satisfaction. 10 years ago, anyone who existed partially outside reality was considered a threat to be contained. Now they're potential genin. "Because," Naruto said, rising from his desk to look out over a village that served as living proof that existence and void could coexist, "consciousness finds a way to adapt to any circumstances, as long as someone's willing to build bridges instead of walls." In the distance, training grounds designed to accommodate techniques that challenged conventional physics hosted young ninja whose abilities spanned multiple reality states. The academy had been rebuilt to teach students who might exist in several dimensions simultaneously, and the hospital employed medical techniques that worked on injuries that affected conceptual rather than merely physical systems. It was a world that had learned to thrive in the spaces between certainties, guided by someone who had chosen to be human despite becoming something far beyond human categories. And in the depths of cosmic forces that had once threatened to unmake all existence, something vast and patient had learned to dream of preservation rather than negation, finding purpose in protecting the temporary aberration called consciousness rather than correcting it. The void had learned to love existence, and existence had learned to appreciate the perfect simplicity of emptiness. Both were stronger for the synthesis. "Ready to go home?" Hinata asked, extending her hand toward someone who existed simultaneously as the most powerful entity in their reality and the man who still preferred ramen to cosmic enlightenment. "Always," Naruto replied, taking her hand with fingers that could unmake galaxies, but chose instead to provide warmth to someone who had never stopped believing he could find a way to be human. They left the office together, walking through a village that had become living proof that even the most fundamental forces of reality could learn to coexist when someone cared enough to build bridges instead of choosing sides. And in the growing twilight, the Hidden Leaf Village settled into another peaceful evening under the protection of someone who had learned that the greatest strength wasn't the power to destroy or preserve, but the wisdom to know when each was appropriate. The void had found its balance, and existence had found its guardian. Both were exactly where they belonged. And there you have it, Naruto's journey from a boy with a hole in his soul to a Hokage who governs reality itself. From that terrifying bone-white fox mask to becoming the bridge between existence and void, this story redefined what it means to be human. What was your favorite moment? That first mask manifestation or the final choice between humanity and power? Drop your thoughts below. Subscribe for more insane crossover concepts and let me know what reality-breaking combinations you want to see next. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.